What? What? Who the fuck is this? Who is this? Yo, what is good, YouTube? What's up, PlayStation Nation? JayBari here, and I'm back with another live stream here to give you guys greatness once again, which is the PlayStation Nation, which is the, well, PlayStation 4, kind of PlayStation 5, y'all remember that intro? Y'all remember that intro? The only next gen console available. It came out to be true, ain't it? You know what I mean? Yo, what is good with y'all, man? What is up, everybody? Good morning. I know it's super early. We kind of on like whoops time with this stream. But you know, I wanted to give my predictions when it came to the newly state of play that was announced this past week, or this week. You know what I mean? So yeah, this episode we're gonna focus in on that, but it would be very irresponsible of me not to talk about some of the other things that happened throughout the week as well. So, you know, there was like a big PlayStation Network vulnerability that is being exposed right now. Shout out to Colin Moriarty. You know, he went through a crazy experience. So we're actually gonna talk about that a little bit and how crazy this this vulnerability is. It because I listened to Colin's you know, Sacred Symbols podcast. I listened to it this morning, right? And I was like, what? This is how people can get into your account? You know what I mean? 'Cause I wasn't even going to talk about it because I don't really know too much information. I was just like, yo, wishing the best, you know, for him, that, you know, he got his stuff back. You know what I mean? From what I saw. But yo, this joint is actually kind of crazy. So it'd be very irresponsible of me to not even shed any light on it or even, give my opinion or speak on it. You know what I mean? So that got added to the show. There's other PlayStation news we're going to talk about as well. I know the Sakana numbers that came out. We also got some GTA information, Grand Theft Auto 6 information. You know what I mean? Hopefully I got your pre-orders in on the 18th. You know what I mean? Hopefully little pre-orders. Everybody was good? Everybody got their you know what I mean? But at the end of the day, we're going to focus in on State of Play. I think it's going to be a big event. The way how Sony announced this thing, I feel like it's going to be a pretty big event. And how they're actually executing it, it kind of remind me of the old school, I want to say PlayStation 4 days. Because when's the last time they actually did like a movie theater? I can't recall. You know what I mean? When they actually did that. So yeah, we got some things we're going to talk about, man. I'm going to try my best to speak on the PlayStation Network matter. I'm going to play. I probably should have DM'd Colin to see if it's okay to replay the stuff that he was saying on the podcast. But he did say in a tweet that I think he says it's okay to share information going out. But we're going to talk about it. Yo, what's good, Prel, man? Appreciate it, man. Yo, Persona, what's good, man? Killer Cam, what's good? Everlessly King, what's good? Ice Cream Darkness Wins, what's good? Sea Fresh, what's good? Yeah, we live, man. We live. Foxen, what's good, bro? Hero Down Under, what's good, man? Yo, Killer Cam, what's good? Yo, I appreciate that too, Prel, man. Yo, so let me give you all a quick little update. Yo, Henry Hay, what's good, man? 2026 has been kind of crazy for me, to be honest with you. I'm not going to go into every detail, but it's been crazy in 2026. But last year, found out things was happening with my uncle. But this week I found out that he recently passed away. I found out it was like Tuesday afternoon. I found out. And it's crazy because I was on Twitter. I was just regular doing my thing on Twitter. I think I made a tweet, and then right after that tweet, I got a phone call, and I was told information. So I was just like in shock. I was like, "Oh damn, the hell's going on?" So, with news like that, like I'm not perfect. I'm very flawed, right? So news like that happen, I shut down. I get into my isolated state. You know what I mean? Because I'm a person that typically like to deal with my situations, by myself. You know what I mean? That's how I grew up, just doing things. So, you know what I mean? I'm not that type of person that just come out like that and like share stuff like that. To be honest with you, that's not my character. So if I do stuff like that, it is very significant that I do it. But yeah, like when I found out the news, I went down to shutdown state because this is my uncle, somebody very close to me. Always looked up to, this uncle because the other year, other uncle of mine passed away. So yeah, I got down in my shutdown state. Like normally with me, stuff like that, I take off social media. I'm like, I'm done. I'm good. You know what I mean? So there was moments in that time slot where I was private in my account. I was logging out, things like that. During it, because I just don't want to hear too much. But I also feel like I do have a responsibility because there's an audience that follows me that respect the things that I do or talk about, or like the things that I do and talk about. And yeah, if you don't hear from me, I feel like I have a responsibility. Like, okay, here's what happened. You might not hear from me. You know what I mean? But yeah, one of the first people I messaged, I told Persona right away. I was like, yo, Persona, man, if you don't hear from me, bro, it ain't no disrespect. It's just like, yo, I just don't want to, hear from nobody. You know what I mean? Like, I'm just not in that mode. You know what I mean? But Persona know me for years. You know how you know how I flow. You know what I mean? So long story short, yeah, so that's what happened. You know, other things as well as happening. You know, work-wise as well. You know, a lot of transitions, a lot of changes is happening. So it kind of slowed me up from my original plans of what I really wanted to do, especially this year. You know, like even I was supposed to be at what you call it, Summer Games Fest this year. That was my goal, that was my plan. Back in February, booked a hotel. I paid for a ticket as well. Paid for all that stuff was paid for. And like around in April, that's when I booked like my flight. You know what I mean? Got a pretty decent, and I booked my stuff through like Expedia. So if there is like a price, you know, alert, if anything changes, they will like, you know, recoup that and like give me that price, that cheaper price or whatnot. So it's like, yeah, recently I just refunded everything. Cause I was like, in the beginning of May, I kind of was already in that state where I was like, I kind of feel like I don't really want to go out there like that. But, you know, I still was keeping certain things just in case. But like when more stuff started happening, more information started happening, I was just like, nah, you know, I'm just not going to go. You know, maybe next year, you know, maybe do some other things. I would do that, but I was like, I'm not going to go. So recently, what happened?
Condolences to the family, brother. I'm here for you, always.
Yo, Persona, damn, Persona. Yo, appreciate that, man. Yo, the 99.99. Damn. Like, yo, bro. I appreciate the condolences, Persona, for real. You already know the vibes. You already know, man. Persona is one person that I would go and like tell certain things. But even with Persona know I'm not. Persona know me. I'm not telling everything like that. You know what I mean? I'm not going to be like full details and stuff like that. But he is somebody that always be like, yo, if you know you need to talk, I'm here or whatnot. And that's somebody I feel comfortable where I could be like, you know what, yeah, I could talk about those things with you. But yo, I appreciate that, Persona. Yo, Mike, was that Game Tight? What's good, bro? Boogie, what's good, man? But yeah, let me paint the picture, and then, you know, we'll move on with the show. So like I said, there's a lot of personal stuff that was happening, and that happened. But yeah, I was supposed to go to Summer Game Fest. I was gonna go Summer Game Fest. I was trying to do some fun stuff. I had like, you know, one of those like, you know, mics. I was gonna have a mic hooked up. I bought these glasses right here, just so, you know, Summer Game Fest, you know, I'm recording or, you know, have the mic hooked up and record and do interviews with people in the industry or the community and things like that. So I had like a whole like game plan of what I wanted to do with Summer Game. Yo, Chuck, man, appreciate you rejoining the ranks, man. Soldier First Class, 31 months. He said, yo, it's all love, bro. We here no matter what. Yeah, Chuck is another person too, man. You know what I mean? That's my bro right there. He hit me up. He messaged me. You know what I mean? And I appreciate that always. Yo, Sick, what's good, man? No Cap Podcast in the building. What's good, man? Appreciate it. I'm not trying to tell the sad sob story. That's, you know, I'm just trying to paint the picture for everyone, like my mindset on how I announce or how I do things, right? Yo, Jenna, what's up, Jenna? But yeah, I was supposed to go Summer Games Fest. That was my goal. And I really wanted to like communicate with a lot of people during Summer Games Fest, but you know, things happen. I decided that I'm not gonna go. So I ended up getting refunded and all that stuff for the hotel, for the flight. I ended up getting a Summer Games Fest ticket like super early. This was a ticket before it went public. And, you know, public, the tickets sell out mad fast. So, you know, I ended up getting that, but I ended up selling it on StubHub because the tickets were like a hot commodity. So everybody wanted to get into it. And I was like, you know what, let me see if I can sell this joint. I can transfer my ticket over and sell it. I put it up. I put it up like around 12 o'clock or something like that. You know what I mean? I felt I made a tweet that, yo, I'm selling this ticket, but I didn't. I thought I pressed like send or post, but I didn't. So when I realized, when I came back on the app and I realized, oh, I didn't even send a post, I sent the post like, yo, I'm selling the ticket. But right when I sent when I clicked send the post on Twitter, I got an email, yo, your ticket has been sold. So I was like, what? Yo, I ended up selling the jump for like $165 or something like that. I think I got like $140 something profit off of that ticket. You know what I mean? So I was like, oh damn, okay. That's good news. I thought I would have been asked out with that ticket. You know what I mean? But that was good news. But yeah, like when it comes to Summer Game Fest State of Play, I just want to put it out there. Yo, Ice Queen Game, what's good? Seattle Chef, what's good? Hi Key Zena, what's good, man? I just Plus Ultra, what's up, man? I just want to put it out there. Like, I do have things scheduled for the State of Play, right? I do have stuff scheduled for the State of Play right here. Like, I plan to do a reaction, and I plan to do a live reaction for Summer Game Fest. But these things are very tentative, you know what I mean? As far as, because at the end of the day, I don't know. Right now, I'm waiting for, like, okay, when are they going to say, you know, this is when the funeral day is, or when everybody's meeting up. So I don't know. It could be, you know, June 2nd at this time. It could be Saturday, you know, most likely it's probably the weekend. When is State of Play? It's on a Friday? It could be the Friday as well. I don't know. That's why I haven't really put it there yet. I will put it up today, but I definitely do want to do the live reaction. But just know, if you don't see me do it live during the actual event for either State of Play or for Summer Game Fest, is because, you know, personal matters that I'm attending to. But I will, you know, try to react to it, you know, everything after, you know. I don't know why it took me so long to say that, but basically that's what I'm trying to say. Okay. But yeah, like at the end of the day, yeah, it's very devastating news. I don't want to, you know, hold anybody up on that stuff. But yeah, this is somebody very close to me. And one thing I do love about YouTube, like, yeah, everybody can just drown in their sorrows and sit down and not do nothing, to be very, very isolated. But I kind of was like, that's what I kind of wanted to do, to be honest with you. But I felt like, you know, at the end of the day, YouTube can be that avenue. Gaming can be that avenue to, like, you know, decompress. You know what I mean? So yeah, I do have a lot of things planned. I do want to do certain things, but those things could be something to help decompress or get your mind off of those things. Pretty much what I'm trying to say. You know what I mean? But yeah, that's pretty much the update when it comes to that. But yeah, State of Play, I will do a reaction. Summer Game Fest, I will do a reaction. The Xbox show, I really don't care about. I don't know if I'm doing a reaction to that. Most likely probably Persona or somebody else going to do a reaction to that. You know, I'll probably jump on one of those reactions when it comes to that. But this is, we're in a great time, you know, a time period when it comes to that gaming news. So like I said, like I always say, that these reactions, these State of Plays, these Summer Game Fest is some of my favorite times, because I like to watch people reactions. You know, even though I'm going to be doing my own, I still like to watch people, you know, after I do my reaction, to see how they reacted. Did they react the same way? Did they not react the same way? Was it disappointed here? You know what I mean? I like to see that stuff when it comes to a lot of people that, you know, I subscribe to on YouTube. You know what I mean? Yo, Persona says he's going to be doing a live. So yeah, Persona, I know he's going to be doing State of Play. Most likely probably going to be doing Summer Game Fest and the Xbox show, the classic Xbox show they be doing. Yeah, I appreciate, but yeah, I do appreciate all the condolences, everyone. You know what I mean? I made sure I went into a little bit more detail on YouTube because I feel like that's where, you know, people that rock with you or support with you, that's where it is at. Like Twitter, you know, everybody is just a scroll, but YouTube is like, it's more like a stop. You know what I mean? It's like, oh, if they see an announcement, they stop it and they're like, oh, what's up? I could be wrong in that, but Twitter, you know, is Twitter. So I just made it very, you know, generic. You know, my uncle passed away. And that's it. But with all this new, with all that being said, yo, there was some crazy news that happened this week. This week was a roller coaster. You know what I mean? Ups and downs, scares, and all that shit. But there is some excitement there that happened. So, like I said, in this episode, we got some things we're gonna talk about, man. We got some PlayStation news. You know, I want to talk about Saros a little bit, and how people are like quickly, they're ready to attack. Like the gaming community is so weird, yo. You know what I mean? And I'm gonna expose it. It's very, very weird. Okay. And then the whole PSN issue. There's a big vulnerability within PlayStation Network. You know, where people can just like hack and get into people's accounts. And a lot of people, from what my understanding, this is like a big issue that's going on. And a lot of people have been losing their accounts to, you know, hacker groups or just people in general that is getting into these accounts with so little information, which is just wild to me, you know? And at the end of the day, every network or every, you know, account can be hacked, but the way how this vulnerability is, the way how this security flaw is, this is above and beyond like crazy. You know what I mean? So like I said earlier, it would be very irresponsible for me not to even highlight this and talk about it, because we do have Colin Moriarty, you know, talking about it, because he's the one that actually experienced it. And you know, with him highlighting the fact that he experienced this, many other people came to him and they having like this conversation, and everybody's breaking everything down to try to get, you know, PlayStation to fix this issue. You know what I mean? Which in my opinion, I feel like it shouldn't be very hard to fix. Yo, Uppercase J, what's good, man? Appreciate coming through. He said the gaming community weird. Nah. Yeah, it really, it's kind of crazy. I was listening to his podcast this morning. So I was just like, yeah, I'm gonna play some of the stuff that he was saying. And you know, go from there. You know what I mean? Hopefully he's okay with it. But it looks like from his tweets, he looks like he's okay with it. You know? So yeah, we have that. We're gonna talk about GTA 6. Did y'all pre-order on the 18th? You know what I mean? Yo, listen. I mean this with all due respect. Accountability will take you very, very far. You know? Or not take you very far, but it will grant you that respect that people desire. You know what I mean? There's way too many people within this gaming community that is not accountable for their actions and the things that they say. If you're wrong about something, or if you had the wrong information about something, it is a very easy fix. My bad, I was wrong. I got this wrong. But I just don't, people just don't want to do that. So we're going to talk about it. We're going to talk about it. And then State of Play talk, you know, talking about the announcement. And then we're going to go into the State of Play predictions. Yo, Viper, what's good, man? Bender of Strings was good, man. He said my biggest issues, Sony this gen, too many sequels. Saros Returnal, the only major new IP. I don't listen. I don't mind no sequel. If I enjoy a franchise, I want to continue to keep on enjoying that franchise. I get it when you're talking about you want to see new games, but I don't mind a sequel. You know what I mean? So hopefully Wolverine, Intergalactic, Venom, Balrog, new game, etc. will provide a strong close. Yeah, but look at the games that you just listed off there, Bender. He said my issue of floaty. And then he listed off like 5 new games. That's some of them is possibly coming this gen. Some of them is coming this gen. But anyway, let's get into it. Oh shit. Let's get into it. The first topic. What? The first topic, PlayStation. Let's get into Saros. Saros. So a lot of people, for some strange reason, is coming at Saros and saying whatever false narrative they want to say. I feel like it's just more so the hate of PlayStation and PlayStation's success and the success of their games, that now anybody that's trying to find any angle to attack a game, even if it's made up information. You know what I mean? So when Saros came out, you know, I was posting up, you know, gameplay here. I was posting up pictures here, like, yo, this game's amazing. Here's my first impressions. Did that video. I put out a lot of content. Well, I don't want to say a lot of content, but I put out a pretty steady amount of content when it came to Saros. You know, I uploaded all the boss fights. That is my first time beating these bosses. You know what I mean? Now, when it comes to these bosses, I'm very proficient now, where I can perfectly run majority of these bosses. The Architect, that might be a hard one, but these 4, I could perfectly run these guys easily. But I did all the boss fights here. I did my first impressions as well.
Let me speak, lol. Sony, bring back transparency.
yo, Prel, man, appreciate the 199. He said, let me speak. Sony, bring back transparency. Yeah, I don't know if they really need to be transparent when it comes to this. Maybe now they do to fix this this issue, but it's just crazy how easy somebody can just get into somebody's account. But like I said, we're going to talk about it. I'm gonna get into it. I'm gonna try to explain the best way I can. If I do mess up, then yeah, you guys can easily correct me. You know what I mean? But yeah, let's go back to Saros. Yo, Chips, what's good, bro? He said, I bet his email. Yeah, we'll get into it, game type. But yeah, I'm uploading Saros stuff, enjoying the game. Gave my first impressions where I was, you know, critical on certain aspects of the game. You know, some of those criticisms, it kind of like, you know, dumbed down a little bit the more I got to play it. But, you know, I still kept them, you know, in my final review for the game. So, and with this being said, I'm, you know, uploading little clips here and there, like, yo, this game is crazy. And then here, uploading my review, the Fall from Grace trophy, my Untouchable run where, you know, you can't get hit with any damage. And I did that on the first biome. You know what I mean? It's crazy about this trophy is that there's a glitch, I guess you can do in the game where you can like get this trophy, and there's another trophy as well. In like the third biome? It's one of the biomes where people was doing and they was getting this trophy, which is crazy. You know what I mean? Because like I said, when I play through a game, I don't look at no trophies. I don't look at shit. You know what I mean? Cause I don't want to see anything to like, deter me from like my initial experience. And sometimes that hinders me from getting the platinum really quickly or whatnot, because I'm waiting until I finish it before I go to the trophy list or see there's a website called Power Pricks that he does like platinum guides and shit like that. You know what I mean? So when I see people be like, yo, I platinum this game in 15 hours, and I'm like, yo, when I finish a game, I'm like, yo, you're full of shit. You're a guided experience. There was somebody on the channel here, well, I think it was in my first impression on one of the videos that I posted. This person was like, yo, this game is easy. Got the platinum like 15, 20 hours. And I'm like, yo, congrats on you getting the platinum. But yeah, don't try to come to me and flex that shit, because that's a very guided experience. How the fuck you get platinum this game in like 15, 20 hours? Most people, it take like 15 hours to even beat the game in the first place. But to get the whole platinum run, knowing these certain things, not saying that you can't look into trophies, on your playthrough, but how to unlock some of these trophies, I'm pretty sure these motherfuckers was guided. You know what I mean? I always question that shit when I see somebody platinum a game very, very fast. I'm like, do what you do, but it's a very guided experience. Don't try to flex that shit, not especially to me. Don't try to flex that shit to me, because I'm gonna call you out. I'm like, yo, you're guided. You know what I mean? Most people not gonna call that shit out, but I'm gonna call that shit out. Like, yo, get that guided bullshit opinion off of my shit. My page. I don't know who y'all think I am. You're not fooling me. Anyways, I sidetracked it. Oh, they was using the modifiers to show. Yo, listen. That's why when I platinumed the game, I posted up my stats as well. Obviously, you had to use the modifier to get the platinum, because there's a trophy in there where you have to equip the modifier, the Karkoan modifier, but you got to have it on for 33 expeditions. So they had like an expedition 33 reference in there, but that doesn't mean it doesn't tell you how many modifiers you could be equipping. A lot of people, they're not going to post their stats page, because their stats page is going to tell you your percentage, when it comes to the modifiers that you use. So when I posted it, the modifier I was using to do because I had to run through the game multiple times, because you had to do like 33 expeditions. So each biome you go through was just multiple times. So there was times I was just playing around with certain modifiers, but my percentage was like 3%. You know what I'm saying? It was like three. It might be 2 or 3. I'll show you. It might be like 3 or 2%, right? and I had like the get the Lucenite quicker. I had the damage one on, and I had there's runs that I did. I was like, you know what? Let me turn on the damage so I could do more damage. But in doing so, I had the other stuff on, the trials on. You know what I mean? To kind of balance it out. So that's why it leveled out. But some people that say that they platinum this game in like 15 hours, you had that shit cranked. You know what I'm saying? Your shit was probably like -15. Running through the game like, oh, this game easy. Sit your ass down, please. Do what you do, but sit your ass. Where my shit at? Sit your ass down, please. You ain't flexing that shit to me. Is it this? Oh yeah, right here. This right here. Average Karkoan modifier balance. And here's mine, -3.74. This page right here, as you can see, I was running through the game. You know what I mean? I beat the game already, but I had to run through the game, multiple times. I had to beat bosses multiple times, to get that trophy. And the average right here. This right here, they're not going to show this. Everybody that said the game is easy, they're not going to show this page. Why? Because this page, this little line right here, is going to show how balanced their experience was, is what I'm saying. But anyways, back to the misinformation with Saros. So the while I was posting everything up about Saros, you know, there was people on my page, on my Twitter, just posting spoilers on the game. You know what I mean? This is some tweets that, you know, even before I even beat the game, they was posting spoilers. I was like, damn, these motherfuckers is going in. Like, yo, why are people going so hard? Posted, you know, and this is a common thing that's happening too on the PlayStation side, where every single player game that will come out, people go out there and they're just spoiling these games up. Yo, Damien, bro, appreciate the 52 months of being a social first class member. He said, love y'all. Love you, Bari, my brother. Keep your head up, fam. Yo, appreciate it, Damien, man. Appreciate it, yo. You know what I mean? Always appreciate the support, you know. Yo, Hondo, what's good, man? Yo, Awaken Gonzalo, what's good, man? Yeah, I'm not saying Awaken guys. I'm not saying that Saros was like a super difficult game. It definitely offers its challenges here and there. But the way how people was making it seems like I don't think Saros was the easy game. You know what I mean? But anyways, while I'm posting all this stuff up, people was posting spoilers, and then this narrative start building about the game, about this dude. They was calling him like an Indian cuck. I'm like, what the hell is going on here, yo? Why are people so aggressively angry at a studio that is known to build gameplay up? You know what I mean? The gameplay is like the major focus when it comes to how smart games. And you know what I mean? And it's crazy because the things that they bash PlayStation games for, which is also false. It's like, oh, there's no gameplay. There's no gameplay. It's a walking sim. There's this, you know what I mean? And majority of the PlayStation games out there, there's plenty of gameplay. These people just don't play the goddamn game. Just because you have wonderful cinematics and you're telling a very provocative or very layered story narrative doesn't mean that the gameplay is absent within the game. You know what I mean? But you know, if you listen to, you know, the gaming community, a lot of people say, "Oh, gameplay is the focus. Gameplay is the focus." Oh, story, gameplay. So you would think like, yo, the one studio, what is very gameplay focused, you know, yeah, they diving into their narrative chops with Returnal and now with Saros, but you would think the focus will be the gameplay. You know what I mean? But no, the goalposts changed now. Now they're attacking the narrative of the game, the characters of the game. But while doing the attack, it's all false information. Yo, when I completed Saros and I went back to some of the tweets that I made and I'm looking at what people are posting, I was like, yo, this motherfucker is a straight lion giving this false narrative about this game. And this false narrative is getting traction. Okay, you know, the lie is always more entertaining than the truth. You know? This false narrative is yo, Kratos, what's good, man? Y'all ain't see you in a hot minute, man. Hopefully everything's good with you, bro. This false narrative is getting so much traction. I'm seeing people making videos. Oh, this game is an Indian simulator cuck. You know, because a man is chasing after his wife. I'm like, hold on, man. What the hell is going on? You know what I mean? Some of these people are married or in relationships. You telling me that you're married in a relationship and you messed up within your marriage or your relationship, you're not going to do certain things to, you know, fix the issues in that? But the whole premise of Saros and what these people are trying to push, anything that you see people, I'm seeing people doing these AI generated pictures, you know, and it's getting real racial too. Like, you know, because Arjun is from like I don't know if Arjun is India. I don't want to say that, but you know, that's what people are saying. You know what I mean? And then they're saying the craziest things about the game, right? And then while you're playing it, I was like, I'm not experiencing none of that. You know what I mean? Yeah, his wife did leave him. This is why he went out to set out in his journey. You know what I mean? Try to fix his relationship. But what they're saying about what he's doing is completely false. You know, and then you have people say, oh, I'm not touching this game. I'm not playing this game. And you're not touching this game or even playing the game off of a lie. Yo, Mr. Green, what's good, man? It's all disingenuous. Off of a lie, bro. That's the crazy part. You know what I mean? You say, yo, don't worry about the gameplay. I'm gonna just believe this narrative or what this person with no profile picture is saying. But I'm saying this all to say this, right? Sakana numbers came out with Saros. And just to let you know, Sakana is focused on US sales or North American sales. This is not worldwide, right? So there was what's the analytical site? Is it Anelian? I don't know. I know something with an A. Something Anelian or Anelia website. They do like these estimates, you know, and their estimates are very skewed too, because it seems like they only focus in on a lot of like the bashing of PlayStation games and how successful they did or whatnot. That's the angle I'm seeing from this website. You know, when it's a PlayStation game, it's always this weird narrative that it will push with this analytical data that they have, right? And it was saying something about the game selling 300K within its launch date till whenever date they ended their analytical data. So the game only been out the game came out on the 30th, matter of fact. You got early access on the 28th. So basically you had 3 days, you know, or even just 1 day if you're keeping it a buck of data that you can, you know, get from the 30th to whatever. But I'll say 3 days. Housemarque is not a big seller when it comes to PlayStation or even prior in their prior games. I think Returnal was probably their most successful game, and Returnal, you know, according to everybody, didn't sell that well as well, even though Housemarque is saying that it was successful for them as their best-selling game, right? So they're like, oh, 300K, oh, this game flopped, oh, it should flop, nobody should buy it because it's this Indian, blah, 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 whatever the narrative they're building up. So now the Sakana numbers came out, which, like I said, once again, it's North America. And now they added some new data to it as well, right? So Saros, shout out to my man Genki posting this up. I just used Genki. There's other people that posted this up. Saros was the 9th best-selling game in the US for April after 3 days of sales, according to Sakana. So number 9, new game, new title. Yeah, Starfield up here, Super Mario Galaxy Bros, Mario Kart, Pokemon, Pokapia, Windrose, which I'm hearing is doing like crazy numbers. You know what I mean? But you can make your assumptions as far as like, if you see the success that Windrose is making, I'm seeing like millions of people play this game. You know, a lot of people playing Pokapia. You know what I mean? I don't think the margin between the top 10 games are like super far off. Like Tamagotchi Life, this game could probably sell like 3 million. And then as you're scrolling down, this game right here, Windrose, is not at like 200K. You know what I mean? The margin is not that large, you know? So you can assume that when it comes to the top 10, that's in the US here. So even just by seeing this chart, the 300K, it could be believable, or matter of fact, I don't think it's believable. Because they are doing PlayStation accounts. I don't know if they are just US. If they're US, maybe it's believable. If they're doing worldwide analytical data, then I don't believe that's believable, you know? And then Mario Kart, you know? But the thing is, there's a lot of people that will say, yo, Tevin, what's good, man? A lot of people say, oh, Saros flop. Every game for PlayStation flop, according to these people, because they go to install base, 90-something million sold, which you can always expose that on the other side of gaming, especially the PC motherfuckers. The biggest, largest install base in gaming, and their games, majority of their games don't over crack millions. You know what I mean? Are those flops? You know, they don't consider those flops on the PC side, but the one platform, you know, they'll consider that the flop. You know what I mean? But yeah, Saros, new game. Winrose, new game. Pragmata. We know Pragmata did well, right? They said Pragmata did about, what it was, like 2 million? Matter of fact, let me check. I know Capcom announced Pragmata sales. Oh yeah, Pragmata sold 2 million units within 16 days. Right? 2 million units within 16 days. Pragmata came out which Pragmata is one of my favorite games this gen, to be honest with you. Not this gen, but this year. April 17th. So they accounted for that the whole month as well. You know what I mean? And then you have a game like Saros, 3 days on the market, that charted in the US for number 9. Just off of the data that's coming off on Twitter, Circana, all that stuff. Anybody thinking that this game only sold 300K, especially worldwide, you're just a fucking idiot. You're a dummy. You know what I'm saying? Like I said, I don't think these margins are super off like that. And the Pragmata numbers, these are just US only. So this is not even the 2 million. Pure crazy. You say, yo, we need you on Mooch Podcast more. Yeah, I don't mind doing podcasts, but no, more so now, I don't do as much podcasting like that. But I don't mind showing up here and there on a podcast. You know what I mean? Like Porter Rock Podcast, I would love to show up more on that as well, or, you know, come on that time and time. But the next day I legit go into the office and I wake up super. I wake up at 5. Sometimes their podcast is going up over 11. And I'm a type of person, if I'm gonna be there, you know, on something, I'm gonna give it my, you know, my 110%. You know, I'm not gonna be like, yo, I'm a pop up in this podcast, but then I'm gonna leave in 40 minutes. Type shit, you know what I mean? That's not my style. But yeah, Saros for Housemarque, very successful game. You know what I mean? Yeah, these idiots thought that Spider-Man 2 flopped. Yeah, exactly, Shake. They thought that Spider-Man 2 flopped as well, even though it was like 12 million or 16 million, something like that. And I'm just like, yo, everything on PlayStation is a flop. But when you bring up the actual facts numbers when it comes to their platform of choice, it is always this circle around the bush type excuse. But yeah, I just wanted to share that. I know I took that, it made it much longer than what it is, but Saros, anything you see about people trying to, you know, give this false narrative about the game story, play the game for yourself. It's not true what they're telling you or what they're sharing on the internet. And anybody you see that saying that this game only sold 300K, it's okay to call them an idiot. You know what I mean? I'm not saying that Saros sold 16 million, because I doubt that it is going to sell that much, due to the nature of what the game is, and from the studio, studio that I personally love. But, you know, Returnal wasn't a banger of selling game like that on PlayStation or even on PC. Matter of fact, Returnal sold worse on PC, and they got it $20 cheaper. You know what I mean? That's everybody pushing this narrative like, oh, see, this is why you gotta release your games on PC, PlayStation. You know, because we spoke about the only on PlayStation, which they didn't believe. We spoke about that before, so I ain't gonna get into that anymore. But when it came to Returnal, you know what I'm saying? What is your data that you're pulling up that, oh, Returnal needed PC? The shit sold like 70K, not 300K, 70K on PC. Pure craziness, man. Anyways, let's get into this PlayStation Network issue that happened. So Colin let me just try to find the so Colin made a tweet on the 18th saying my PSN account was hacked, seemingly as a part of an ongoing sophisticated series of moves against both random and prominent users, so prominent PlayStation users. Is it back? Yo. Let me make sure. All my settings is good. Yo. Oh, the chat just got demolished. Yo. I'm definitely gonna call these people after this. But yo, no cap, I thought I was hacked or something, bruh. Yo, son. Are we back? Are we good? Yo. Legit, I got bounced out of OBS. Where it definitely was an internet thing. I got bounced out of OBS. Right? It says OBS is crashed. It says my OBS is crashed and is disconnecting or whatnot. A little notification, right? So I'm like, okay, let me see what's going on with the internet. Something got to be going on with the internet. The chat was still good. Discord was still good. So I'm just like, okay, it got to be OBS because these things I can still see, and it doesn't say reconnecting to chat or you lost connection to chat. It didn't see none. It didn't show none of that stuff, right? Yo, so OBS it does crash, right? So OBS crash. I open OBS, and when I tried to go back to like start the stream, it had none of my login information. Let me just make sure of something real quick, bro. I'm just checking my emails real quick if there was some. Yo, that's wild to me that I'm over here talking about PSN hack, and then that right there just happened at that moment in time. But regardless, I just shut down my router and I restarted everything. But I'm just checking any email if there's like any type of login that's happening, because that never happened to me where I went to go to in OBS, when you stream from OBS, it says like manage broadcast. When I go to manage broadcast, the shit was saying Fortnite stream 2020. Y'all ever see me stream Fortnite? I've never streamed maybe I probably did one time. But the shit said Fortnite stream, the same date, mind you, scheduled for 11/11/2020. I don't know if y'all see that. That never happened to me before. So that got me a little scared. So I shut everything down. Nah, I don't think. Listen, I am not that important. I don't think I'm gonna chalk it up to an internet issue, because I feel safer saying that than I'm gonna say internet issue. I never had OBS just log me out like that. OBS definitely has crashed, but I was always ready to just go into and restart the stream. But anyways, my bad, y'all. Hopefully that doesn't after the whole broadcast, everything that still links up. But yeah, it doesn't. The funny thing that's frustrating is that I'm paying more money for internet because I am on fiber. I've been on fiber for like a couple of years now. I didn't make that like a public announcement. You know what I mean? But I am on fiber. It's optimum fiber, but I am on fiber. And when I see an issue like that has happened before, I get upset, because I really want to there's going to be some getting a refund of the money somehow. You know what I mean? I don't play with that shit. But anyways, I'm using we have Optimum here. I did play the Elliot demo. I'm loving it, and I like those demos because it's the prologue, so it's the beginning of the game, and I'm assuming that your safe information is going to transfer over to when you get the game. But anyways, so Colin ended up getting his account taken from him, from whatever group or people. And, he was able to contact, his friends at PlayStation, or, the higher prominent, people from PlayStation, to help speed up this process of him getting his account back. Because from what he said when he spoke to PlayStation, is that this will take like a week for them to process everything or look over everything. And that's the crazy part, because a week, that is way too long. Because if somebody took your account and then you got to wait for a week for whatever information or whatever thing to get processed, that account is going to be long gone. You know what I mean? So you hit up everybody from PlayStation and whatnot, and they was able to expedite the issue, or speed up the issue, as far as like getting the proper contact at PlayStation, and getting his account looked at at a much more promptly time. So yeah, he definitely updated everybody here, and he was able to get his account back, right? Which is the great part about it. He did go on his podcast where he said he was going to explain everything and talk about it. And in his explanation on his podcast on how this happened, from my understanding, is that these people can use the most minute information that you probably have shared online, or they just probably know of you, and try to get into your account through customer service, or the little PlayStation Live rep or whatnot. So something like, if they have your email, a prominent member like him, I'm pretty sure people know many emails. I don't know what email he got linked up to his PlayStation account, but however, they probably got his email. And if you share things online, like let's say you pre-ordered a game, and it's like, yo, I bought a Marvel Tokon. If they have your email, and they're like, they have your they have a purchase history. Oh, you pre-ordered this game. This vulnerability on PlayStation, even if you have two-factor authentication enabled, they can use that and contact a live representative and use that to try to get into your account. That's how vulnerable the PSN could be, which is just wild to me. That's how easy somebody can get. Look how much information that we share out here just on Twitter. People sharing their excitement of games that they platinumed. So even if your trophy history, you posted a platinum, they were like, oh, I got this platinum on this date. Or if you post the whole list, it's like, oh, this person bought the game. This person, oh yeah, I started playing the game on the 19th or the 16th or this and that. They can use that there. This is what he was explaining. I'll try to play the video so you guys can hear it from him. Right? And I'm just like, yo, that is how somebody can get into or take somebody's account, even though you have the correct steps in hand to secure your account. That little small information like that has to get reworked. That has to get fixed. No matter how much I like PlayStation and I like this and that sounds crazy from what I'm hearing. You know what I mean? And from what I'm hearing as well is that this happened to many people, and some of these people didn't even get their account back. They can't even get their account back. Their account is gone. I remember we reported this on What's Up PlayStation, that the #1 PlayStation trophy holder got his account hacked or taken, right? So we reported, it's like, damn, this is crazy that, this happened to like the #1 person, trophy counts on PlayStation. I forgot his name was like Hakum. Is that his name? Hakum or something like that? Right? We reported that. We spoke about it, gave our opinions like, dang, that's crazy that this person, got his account. And, he was going through a slew of tweets. He was saying like a whole bunch of tweets saying that if I lose my account, I'll never go back. I'm just done gaming, blah, 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 blah. And I totally understand that. You know what I mean? Your account is personal, all that trophy and history and your games library and the games that you downloaded and all that stuff, all in that in that thing. So even when we spoke about that back on PlayStation, What's Up PlayStation, in my mind, I'm like, all right, we don't have to come back to that. I'm thinking like, oh, PlayStation, this person will probably get his account back. This is the #1 trophy, dude. And from what I'm hearing, what Colin said, he said the #1 and the #2 trophy count people, they still don't have their accounts back. Like, how? Do you not care about that customer that put all that money, effort into their PlayStation account? What Colin was saying is like, how they can't just shut the account down and try to get that person that actually owns the account the account back. You know what I mean? Where he said like you can send like a mail affidavit to like get information from this person. It's like, oh, this is the true person right here. Okay, you're the real account holder. Okay, now that we have you respond to this affidavit, you can get your account back. Even through that, there's nothing like that in place, which is crazy. And when I was listening to this, like part of me was saying, it was like, this is why now I have my shit that's privated. There's a long story of why I have my stuff private and all that stuff. You know what I mean? At first, it was just like me trolling people, because when, you know, Twitter Spaces and all that stuff was going around, you know, people was, you know, everybody wanted to be a part of the conversation, but it wasn't playing these games. You know what I mean? Back in the Facebook group days, it's no different than what we did there on Twitter. It was like, yo, show me the trophy that, or the achievement that you played this game. Show me your information that you are playing this game, that you can speak on this subject matter, rather than just oh, here's my opinion on something. You know what I mean? How people want to go in depth, how they want to control the conversation. I remember back in Twitter Spaces, everybody was coming up, everybody was learning each other. So everybody was going to these backstories like, yo, I pressed the A button, I pressed the B button on Nintendo, and I was jumping in Contra, and I was shooting this, and nobody was trying to hear all of that bullshit. But understandably, people do that because you don't know them. They're trying to, you know, here is my history, right? But with that being said, everybody just wanted to have a conversation and talk about these things. And then you find out these people wasn't even playing the goddamn game. Yeah, show your papers. Papers, please. They wasn't even playing the game. So yeah, you know, we was on it. It was like, nah, what's your PlayStation, PSN? You know, back then my trophy was public. I didn't have an issue having it public. But then when people started talking about trophies don't matter, it is not important, I'm like, yo, how are you gonna come into the gaming conversation, right, on a matter of trophies, you know, and then tell people that this doesn't matter? Like, yo, like, I get that you might not care about the trophy, so you know, you leave that conversation alone. But once again, these people want to be included in these conversations, and there was a whole bunch of people trying to dictate, you know, trophies. Then it got to the whole situation where showing somebody trophies or exposing them, it's like, oh, you're trying to dox me. So at the end, my mindset was like, you know what, I'm gonna start trolling people. Where if you don't think trophies is important, somebody like me, PlayStation YouTuber, is going to private their trophies, and let's see how you react now. And they just like clockwork, they played into their hands and was like, oh, JayBari guy, his trophies privated. He's a fraud. He's a fraud. But mind you, at the time, it was just mostly to friends. And then I ended up just privating it all. But a situation happened 2 years ago where I did get banned from PlayStation. You know, the issue that I thought that I did do, because I did message somebody some crazy shit. It was playing Grand Blue, and this person was crying. And I was like, "Get the," you know what I mean? We was going back and forth in the PlayStation DMs. So the next day, I get an email like, "You're banned from PlayStation," and this wasn't like I think it was like an indefinite ban from PlayStation. I only got my account. I only got unbanned in a week's time, just due to me constantly contacting them like, hey, what the hell is going on? Because I'm trying to figure out what the hell is going on. You know what I mean? This is the time where I was getting a new monitor. 2SKO was coming out, and I had to get like a PC code for 2SKO, and my monitor wasn't set up properly. So I think I did like one stream of 2SKO, but while I was playing 2SKO, the screen of the game kept shrinking. You know what I mean? So I was like, I can't even play the game right because I don't have everything set up with this monitor. I just hooked it up, tried to play it, and the game was like shrinking. And then when I tried to, you know, enlarge it, the sound would go off, then it would shrink again. I'm like, what the fuck is going on? So I was just like, I'm not even trying to play or stream the game like that. You know, I did do some stuff offline and whatnot, but I couldn't get to play how I wanted to play it, or how I wanted to play it on the PlayStation 5 because I was banned. So in that time, I found out the reason why I was banned. We rectified it on PlayStation, but it still took they said 2 to 3 days to process what's going on. So I was banned for like a good week, and I wasn't on PlayStation at all. Yeah, I wasn't on PSN. I wasn't playing my digital games, and like I said, I'm all digital. So I was just like, damn, this is the last thing I would want to happen to my account. So I'm just gonna keep my shit private. I don't give a damn who gets upset. But another reason why I did it, because shout out to Sick Humor TV, No Cap Podcast. There was one time, you know, on PlayStation, when you share something to Twitter or YouTube or whatnot, on your profile, there's like a share tab. So anything you shared is there, right? I remember listening to Six show where he said that somebody reported his picture that he uploaded on Twitter that, you know, is automatically sent to the shared tab on the PlayStation. They reported the picture on his profile that was there. I think it was like a girl or something, right? It got reported, and I think he got banned or something like for like a day or two. And that's somebody having to go out their way to go on his profile, then click 1 time, click 2 times, click 3 times, click 4 times to go to shared and cycle through to look what this person is sharing. And then reported a picture that PlayStation automatically uploads when you do a share to whatever. And he got banned off of that. So when I saw that, that's when I really just privated everything. Because like I said before, it was at friends only where you can see everything that I do. But now everything is privated. But yeah, I'm saying this to say this, like, yo, getting your account taken or even banned is a scary situation, especially this day and age where majority of people are playing these games digitally. You know what I mean? And what these people are doing is that they're taking your account and you have no access to your digital library. You have no access to see your history, your game saves that you have uploaded. All of that is just, you know, from PlayStation Plus, PSN, and all that stuff, the cloud saves and all that is just gone, taken. So the fact that something like this is happening within PSN, yeah, it needs to be highlighted. It needs to be, you know, spoken about on a multitude of levels to get this thing situated. Because the last thing anybody wants is their account to be snatched away from them, and then you just don't have anything. You know, because yeah, from what I'm hearing, from what he said and what he tweeted, it's like, yo, yeah, I'm the same way. I care about my trophies. You know, I can always go back and look at the history, like, oh, look when I got this platinum, or look when I got that. That means something, that, yo, I did that. That was a time I can recall. And then you just have no access to that. So let me play a little bit of what's going on here. Hopefully, Colin, I don't get copyrighted, but I doubt they will. I'll probably message him after. You know what I mean? Like, I spoke about this, but I had to play the video because you could probably articulate this better than what I'm saying.
This is a problem. This is a problem. I'll get into a little bit, and I this is so complex to talk about in a way because there are things I can't talk about. Not because anyone really asked me not to talk about it, but because I think it is probably wisest to protect certain people involved in this and make it easier to solve the problems. So what I will say is that someone warned me that this was going to happen.
Okay, so this is the early part.
So I call this place up, and to be fair, the guy I talked to is perfectly nice. And I say that in the tweet. He's perfectly nice. I know he's a low-level dude. He can't do anything, you know? But I tell them what's happening, and we go on and on. They ask for like some verifying information. This is important, by the way. They ask for like serial numbers of consoles.
Oh, this the part was crazy what he's explaining. So these people, they spoofed the PlayStation number while he was trying to rectify this issue. And the people that got into his account, he was talking to. Listen to him explain. Yo, this is craziness, y'all. Listen to him explain to this shit.
You know, other like basic identifying information. And they're basically like, all right, they gave me a at the end of the 15-minute conversation or whatever, they were like, there's nothing we can really do for you. And we're going to put you in some sort of queue. We'll call you back, or I believe he said we'll email or call back within a week. Okay. So that is kind of like set, right? So that's like one angle of it. So I try to go like through the normal course of action. I try to explain to them, by the way, and the guy goes away for about 5 or 7 minutes when I do this to like go talk to his manager. Presumably, maybe he just put me on hold and pretended. But I'm like, I tried to reason with him, and I think he understood. He was nice, and I was like, I didn't get fished. Crazy. Because the one thing he said to me, which was interesting, I'm like, does this happen a lot? And he's like, actually, it kind of does with like people on Fortnite or 2K getting like.
Oh yeah, this is a big issue when it comes to like Fortnite, 2K, you know, a lot of the big popular games. And mind you, this is not just a issue that is tied to only PSN. This happens on Xbox, this happens on Steam, Nintendo probably, where people would take people's account and they will sell these accounts. Black market shit type joint. I've seen videos on this stuff. And you know, other people, you know, there's people that try to expose this stuff. There's this one channel where he exposes a lot of the Xbox people that, you know, steal these accounts, or they try to sell certain accounts and they take their money and whatnot, but they take in the person's account. It's some crazy deep joint that these people do. Not to talk about Xbox and all that stuff, but I'm just saying that this happens a lot. The reason why I'm highlighting the PlayStation joint, because of their vulnerability and how easy or much easier it could be for people to do it.
Like scanning QR codes and doing things, and then they get their shit boosted. And I think he thought that was a similar situation. And I'm like, I'm not trying to be a dickhead. I know this is not your fault. I'm trying to tell you that like I'm a member of the media. I'm like a prominent PlayStation content creator, and they'll get it banned or whatever, which we'll talk about that too. Or they'll sell it or whatever. So at that point,
oh yeah, this is him explaining that.
We'll get back in touch with you via phone or email within a week. So at that point, I'm like freaking out. I'm like, all right, like the jig is going to be up by a week. It's going to be over. Either they're going to fuck around with my account, they'll get it banned or whatever, which we'll talk about that too. Or they'll sell it or whatever. So at that point, I am like, all right, I gotta use my connections. Like there's
yeah, I mean, physical is definitely a safer bet, right? Because you probably can still have access to playing a game, but the type of like ban, or the type of like, they're taking your account. So regardless if you're physical, if you try to play a game, you're not logging into that account. There's going to be an account you have to log into. Either you're creating a new account or you have a secondary account. You're not going to play that game. You got to tie it to an account. You know what I mean? The whole point is that this person or these people are losing their history, their account, their library or digital library. And sometimes these accounts, they get banned. If the certain type of ban I'm talking about, it doesn't matter if you are physical. You're not going to play the console. The console is shut. You know what I mean?
There's just no shame in it at this point. So I do two things. I email a high-ranking PR person that I've always been very friendly with, who's always been very helpful to me, who's been at Sony since the 90s, I want to say. And so I got conversation going with her, and I won't say her name here. I'm going to send you like an arranged game. My mind goes to like, all right, who do I know and what can I do? Like, well, he just knows everybody. And
this is him saying that he contacted Greg, which he explained that in his tweet.
Knew he would know someone. What is and calls me. And because she has my number, but I was like, call me at this number. And she was like, is this really you? Which I really respect and appreciate, because like I could have been compromised, and I'm like, yeah. And I told her things that only we would know or whatever. Right. And she's like, okay. Plus we can recognize each other's voices. So she like gets some information from me. We talk on the phone for a little while.
Yeah. Your console can't get bricked
it towards
with certain bands,
internal PR that can get in touch with like the tech people in San Mateo, like engineering, fraud, and all that kind of shit. So that's like one tether that's going. That's the tether that ultimately solves my problem, and it does it quickly, but that's going. I don't know who Greg reached out to, and it might
Yo,
have
Muck,
worked,
what's
but I
good,
don't know
man?
where that tether
Yo,
ends
Merkel,
up,
what's good, man?
right?
Brian
So
East,
that's
what's
kind
good?
of like not a dead end. Greg did what he could. I don't really know.
Yo, Crow,
I
what's
promised
good,
I
man?
would say also about the first party.
Rocky, what's
so
up?
The funny thing about this
Get
is
on the sticks, what's good, bro?
I'm getting text messages from people in the industry as if I died, like someone died.
XP Mini, what's up?
Which I really respect and appreciate, being like, I can't believe this happened to you. Oh my God, I'm so sorry. But people from multiple first-party studios that I'm friendly with, and it's not Naughty Dog and it's not Neil, so I want to be clear about that. Although it would have been awesome. I wasn't gonna bother Neil with this. That was kind of a break.
Yo, this is the crazy part. Like, Colin is very fortunate to be in the position that he's at, because due to his history of him covering PlayStation and us covering gaming, you know, he has made certain bonds, connections with people, where a situation like this can happen to him, but it can be expedited, right? The issue is, as fortunate as it was that he had to experience that, you know what I mean? It's good that it happened to him, which is kind of crazy to say, because he can further highlight this issue, which has been going on for a long time, right? But what I'm saying is that this happened to other people as well. But not everybody is as fortunate as him to get into these, you know, these conversations or personal calls with PlayStation higher ups to expedite or fix this situation at a promptly time. You know what I mean? That's the scary part, because there's one Colin Moriarty. There's hundreds of thousands, millions of just regular PlayStation gamers that this can possibly happen. This could possibly happen to them.
Glass in case of emergency thing, where I'm like, I guess I can get really in touch with like certain people if I really want to be like, please.
Yo,
like,
Bob
it's
and
very
Rings is
urgent.
good, bro.
Neil, stop directing Intergalactic. I need you to get me my PSN account back. But a couple people at different studios reach out to me, including one person at a studio that Sony owns that's very high ranking.
Yo, Wavy, what's good, bro?
And he was like, I've forwarded this to SIE. Like, we're gonna get this solved.
Shout out to Corey Barlock.
All right, so that's like where things sit.
I'm
This is
just assuming that's it.
all within like an hour. Now, here's where things get dicey.
Okay, this is the part where I'm talking
I
about
get a
this.
phone call
They spoofed the number.
from the Sony number.
Look at this. Listen to this, y'all.
I answer it. It's a dude on the other end. Seems like, again, like vaguely ethnic, not American, right? And he starts being, he's like, all right, I'm following up on our call that you had earlier in the day. Now, to me, this didn't seem untoward, because I'm like, okay, they said that was going to take a week. Someone got in people's ear, blah, 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 up the chain. This is a problem for someone that of some level of prominence. It seems like it's not the usual course of how people get their accounts boosted. Maybe we can help them. So it wasn't unusual for me. I was like, oh, they're actually like, this is all working between all the first party people talking.
Listen
Greg's
to this, y'all.
contact,
Listen.
the PR person talking, like upping it to fraud and to engineering and everything. Like, things are moving. So I was like, okay. So I talked to this guy. He doesn't really give me any information. He tells me it's going to take, he's like, all right, well, we're settling in. It's going to take about 3 weeks.
Listen, if this was to happen to me and PlayStation tell me some shit like this is going to take 3 weeks, right there, I'm making a tweet. Yeah, I'm just done, y'all. I'm going fishing. I'm about to do some kayaking. I'm about to hike up a mountain. I'm about to do something. I'm just done. I'm done. If they told my 3 weeks, because by that time, you know, it's like Taken. You know, Taken, my man had to be promptly. He had to be on point to get his daughter back, because he knows in a matter of time, if he doesn't get his daughter back at this certain time, she's just gone. No different than a PlayStation account. A week, 2 weeks, 3 weeks, if this is happening, you know that account is just gonna be gone. That's due to how PlayStation have things set up. If I'd have heard that, I'd have been distraught.
For us to like solve this problem as you enter the queue. And this person asked me, he didn't ask me any serious, like super serious questions, but he asked me certain questions. He was like, well, what is the original email account on the, he actually asked me a lot of, I should be clear, he asked me a lot of similar questions that they had just asked me. So it's like, what is the bar, like what are the serial numbers on a couple of your consoles? Like what's the original email address? Where was it made? Like that kind of thing. And I gave that.
And you see, the reason why they probably asking for the serial number is because they can now, once they have that, they can probably get your account, that console banned. It turn into like a brick. If you don't like, maybe they put your account on a ransom, like, hey, okay, pay this amount of money and you get your account back. If you don't, follow that, they be like, oh, nah, I got your serial number in the console. We just gonna ban this thing out, or try to get it banned up.
That information to them, but nothing like credit card information or anything like that, like anything truly identifiable. And then the connection. So I tweet about that. The connection that Dustin and I have been corresponding with, or I've been corresponding with, and Dustin.
Yo, well, listen to this, y'all.
Under Dustin's purview for months, reaches out to me and says, "You just talked to the hacker." And I'm like, what? And I call this guy and he's like, dude, they spoofed the number. He's like, they're not even really interested in your information. They're trying to create trust. And then they'll call you back again later. But like, he's like, you just talked to the hacker. Like, you didn't talk to Sony. And I'm like, but it's from the number. And like, the guy knew the questions. He's like, yeah, these guys are professionals at this.
That's one thing people got to understand too. If somebody really wants to go out there and hack your account, they can hack your account. You know what I mean? Even with the security measures that you have in place. If they want to get into your shit, they will get into it. This is why you see all these big hacks that happen with other companies, even outside of gaming or banks and things like that. But I just want to make it be clear, when it comes to shit like that. But I'm not deviating from highlighting this is a PSN issue, because how flawed PSN security measures is when it comes to people trying to get access to the account. And he's gonna explain that further, but I just want y'all to hear this part, and I'm gonna skip it forward to how these people get to do what they do, or how sometimes they get to do what they do.
So at that point, I get pretty freaked out because I'm like, wait a minute. He's like, and he was right, and I should have known this. He's like, didn't they give you a reference number? And I'm like, yes. He's like, anyone calls you, ask for the reference number.
Which,
so I was like, fuck.
That is something that you should be doing.
So I gave this guy some identifiable information. Nothing too crazy, like my email address. I think.
Nah, Colin, that is crazy. I mean, but to think that it is PlayStation, I can see why you gave the email address.
You could find that, where I live, my birthday.
That is a lot of information too. I mean, but they are going to ask you your address.
But the one thing that I gave this guy that and we'll talk about this a little bit later, is the serial codes from 2 of my consoles. Now, I've probably connected my PSN literally to, especially when I was in media and we had a bunch of consoles, probably 50 plus consoles, but those are on there. So I was like, fuck. So this is all going. About an hour later, I get another phone call. This one is.
No, this is after his account is already taken. The steps that's going on is him trying to rectify and fix the issue of getting his account back. It's not the whole phishing thing or whatnot. He's trying to get his account back, and he's speaking to people from PlayStation, higher ups. But while doing so, the people that took his account spoofed PlayStation number and pretended to be PlayStation. So, I mean, hindsight is 2020 here, because we all watching everything, after the fact. But when you're in that situation, you know what I mean? You're in that situation and you're trying to get your account back and you're calling this person, you can get tricked up. So I'm not even faulting what's going on. Yeah, I think personally the serial number and all that stuff is a little bit too much information, or even your address. Like, I don't remember even giving anybody from PlayStation my address code. That's something that's just on file already. Unless you're trying to prove your identity or something like that. Maybe that's what's happening. But I don't know. But let's continue.
It's from a California number. I answer it. It's an American guy. American accent. Talking to him.
Sigh of relief.
What's funny here is ultimately this guy ends up being a very helpful person, a managerial level person in, like PSN management or whatever. And it's funny because I'm like, all right, dude. He's like, I'm calling you to help out with your situation. And I'm like, okay, I think got tricked by someone who spoofed your number. So can you give me the reference number? And he was like, and at first he's like, yeah. And he's like typing. And I'm like, oh, fuck. I'm like getting got again. He's like, all right, yeah, I got it here. And he says it. And I'm like, okay, so we're good. This guy whose name I will not use as well is the second person, the other person I talked to at Sony, who was extremely helpful. Okay.
So he's going into the whole, how he got his account back and the people that helped him into getting his account back. I want to go into, because I don't want to play, this is a long segment, by the way. I will have the link to Sacred Symbols. I'm pretty sure a lot of people here watch Sacred Symbols. So most likely you probably watched this already, but for anybody that did miss this, you know what I mean? I'm just, everything I spoke about prior to showing these videos, just showing Colin what he's saying, you know, he can properly articulate a lot of the things that I was saying before. You know what I mean? All right, so let me see.
This is a problem that's been going on behind the scenes for years. And you hear about it in dribs and drabs, and
2 successful attempts that they were able to get in, force their way into account.
Oh, here it is. Here it is.
Because
right here.
Again, and this is what I was saying to them on the phone, to my one connection there, and everything's fine. But the problem is that this is not fine for almost anyone else. When people say like most people don't have these connections or these advantages, I would say like almost no one has them. And I'm not saying it's because I'm special. I'm saying like how many people could really like, what are there, like a few hundred people in games media, in the YouTube space, whatever, like in the entire world that could really like run things up the flagpole at Sony and get things done. If I was a normal person, my account would have been lost to the wind. I would maybe be able to get it back eventually, but it would have been totally compromised. They would have either fucked with the trophies or whatever they would have done, or stolen, you know, used your credit card. Or there's a million different things you can do. And
now, I haven't done a state of play.
Again, not
yet.
wanting to reveal. This is where I think you come back in, Dustin, because one of the interesting facets of this, and this is one of the things I was explaining to Sony in my conversations with them, is like our audience started activating.
This is me talking about this issue. Like I said, at first I wasn't going to speak about it because I was still learning about what's going on. I wasn't really active on Twitter like that as this stuff was going on. But I did see the tweets that Colin said that he would do his podcast, because typically this is behind Patreon. And then like a couple of days later, you know, he will upload it on the channel. You know, he was stating that he's going to share the information, and he was giving ideas and tips as far as how to help and how to rectify this situation. You know what I mean? And what he's planning to do to try to rectify this situation with PlayStation. So what I'm playing here is him explaining his you know, his situation. You know, I'm skipping here and there, but I'm just doing it in segments as far as like, you know, how he got his thing back, the mindset of what he's going through. And this is how these people can get into your account. This is how vulnerable PSN can be. You know what I mean? So like I said, like something like this happening, I personally cannot ignore something like this happening as somebody that primarily playing PlayStation. And this could happen to any of us here that's watching right now or later, or just anyone. And the fact that, you know, whatever audience I have here, I'm going to talk about it because it's something that has to be highlighted. And it has to be amplified because it is a big issue. It's not about PlayStation versus Xbox, Nintendo, whatever it is, how people will try to turn things. I personally don't give 2 shits. If there's an issue going on PlayStation, I'm not caring or thinking about the Xbox or PC person. I'm thinking about how the fuck PlayStation is going to fix this issue. The trolling and all that stuff is the last of my worry. Or for me to be quiet because I'm trying to protect someone. What the fuck I'm trying to protect? This joint is crazy. So that's why I'm talking about it. You know? And after this, we'll talk about, you know, GTA, and then I'll get into the PlayStation state of play.
A really interesting way. I don't know if we want to use individual names, of people in the audience, right? I don't know if they've been public about this, but there are IT and OPSEC people of some repute, let's say, in our audience that started going after this stuff for us. We didn't ask them to. I haven't even personally communicated with these people. I know they've been communicating with Micah and Dustin and others, and they've discovered enormous amounts of information. I am not going to get into a lot of that stuff here. I assure you that everything that we and I have learned about this has been and will continue to be forwarded to Sony.
As it should be.
Because again, and this is what I was saying to them on the phone, to my one connection there, that I've known for a long time, where I'm like, I know we have a little, I've always had a friendly rapport with. Sometimes we don't see eye to eye and want to be helpful and useful. Be a dickhead. I think you guys have a massive problem on your hands. And that's what we're going to get into because of all the things we've learned. So here's the thing. Well, here's what happened. And all
right, so this is the part where he's explaining to how these people, this is the vulnerability aspect now of PlayStation Network, how these people can get into your account off of certain information that you share that you probably think it's a nothing burger. You know what I mean? Or you're just communicating with your people that in your community or your supporters or whatnot. Listen to this.
I guess this is an important thing too. All a person needs to get into your PSN account is your email address, a mundane piece of information, like the day you bought a game, and a susceptible or understanding customer service rep in one of these overseas centers. That's it.
So the outsourcing that majority of these companies be doing. You know what I mean? But you see what I'm saying? Like the part that gets to me is like, all right, the email address, that could be a little bit more difficult to get into that. People share their shit here and there. But, majority of us, I think when it comes to that, we kind of block that information out if we do share anything, right? But let's say they do get into that. They do get the email address. Now they got your email address, but you're just sharing your hype for something about a game you completed or a game you just bought, right? And you share that online or you share that on YouTube or share that on that person now had that information where they can just get into your account. That's crazy due to talking to a customer service rep that's just doing whatever they're doing, not really, caring about you and shit. They got a whole slew of papers right in front of their desk and they're like, I'm not trying to read that. What should I do here now? Or live service, a live chat rep, which most likely probably like a bot or AI or something like that. And they're able to access your account through that. That's the reason why I'm highlighting it. Because now it comes to like the question I want to ask, right? Is like, can they access your account now through sharing anything that you did on PlayStation Direct? Let's say you bought a controller or you bought a Pro or you bought a fight stick or you bought a collector's edition. Like, yo, I got to collect. You know how everybody do. Yo, I got a collector's edition. Yo, I'm in queue to get this. You know what I'm saying? Information like that can get into the actual account by people that's not the account holder. That's crazy. And it's scary. You know what I mean? Because at the end of the day, in the gaming community, we share a lot of stuff. Everybody shares stuff. Game you completed, game you started, controller you bought, collector's edition you bought, game you bought. Subscribe to PlayStation Plus. These things are shared. That's all over. And we think nothing of it. It's crazy.
I want to reiterate that. Your email address something like when you bought a game, a transaction, or some other easily identifiable piece of information, and they'll give you access to someone's PSN account.
Can I butt in here, Colin?
Please.
This is not something that we know in theory. Colin was mentioning some of the people that have been looking into us, some of our audience members and people that I know and trust. I have information of a person that was able to quote unquote successfully hack or get into not only their own account with this information, but also a family member's account that of course gave consent to do it. So 2 successful attempts that they were able to force their way into account via this method. So it is not a theory. This is possible, and we know it firsthand.
Yeah, and I told Sony that.
So yeah, I'm gonna leave it there because, like I said, I don't want to play a whole hour and change segment, of somebody else's podcast. But I'm just playing these segments off that segment to show you, like, this is what is going on, or this is what has been going on for a long time now. And it's being highlighted now because somebody of prominence has, this situation happened to them, and they're like, they're in disbelief that this is how easy it could be for somebody to get into their account. Somebody that is in the public, that shares their trophies, that talks about certain things on a podcast, that probably has an email on their contact. You know what I'm saying? Like I said, it sucks that it happened to him, but it's kind of good. It's a blessing in disguise that it happened to him, because now an issue like that is being highlighted. And like I said, I don't care how somebody, takes what I'm saying here now and try to use it for a console war or whatnot. I don't give 2 shits about that stuff. The end of the day is that it's a platform that I primarily play on, that I enjoy, and there's an issue that's going on in there. It needs to be addressed. It needs to be fixed. And hopefully things get sped up. You know what I mean? That it is getting fixed. Hopefully Colin can come back with an update saying, hey, the people that I spoke to, the higher ups at PlayStation, that is because he spoke to somebody that's directly connected, a higher up that is controlling the whole PSN and all that stuff. They saying that they have different stuff going on, and different process going on, whatever it is, security measures going on, where it takes more information or even more time to get access to somebody's account. Or you shouldn't even get access to somebody's account if you're not that account holder. You know what I mean? But at the end of the day, that I don't think this is something that anybody should be quiet about, because you're worrying about what a opposing person that don't play games is saying. You know what I mean? This shit gotta get fixed at the end of the day. Yo, Jay Thomas, what's up, man? Texas Lean, what's good? Yo, Black Bear, what's up, man? That's just wild to me. You know what I mean? Yeah, it is not an issue that's tied to PlayStation, but it's being highlighted for PlayStation just due to how vulnerable PSN can be. You know what I mean? That's why it's being tied to PlayStation. Cause I know how PlayStation gamers think sometimes, man. Like, oh man, the Xbox got no exclusives. That's what you should be talking about. I know that's the more entertaining shit. But this is serious matters, man. This is serious stuff that needs to be spoken about, needs to be highlighted, not swept under the rug. Especially in a time, like I said, a lot of people are digital. Then you're moving into a next generation of a console that they add in a whole digital fucking handheld. Imagine you buying a PlayStation 6. You know what I mean? You're probably now 80% digital. And then you have this PlayStation 6 handheld that you're only playing digital downloads. And then you don't got your account. Huh? What you gonna say? Oh, damn, I should have said something back then. Like, what? Come on, man. Anywho, it sucks. Like I said, hopefully this gets fixed right away, because that to me, that is a huge oversight. You know, that is, and PSN gets made fun of all the goddamn time too. You know what I mean? How this network is and all that stuff. You know what I mean? Now this is definitely going to be added on to that. So gear up. You know what I mean? Gear it up. But just want to talk about this real quick too as well. Moving along, man. Because I hope you all got your pre-orders in for Grand Theft Auto 6 on the 18th. Let's get into accountability, y'all. You know what I mean? Let's move along into accountability here on this platform, here in this gaming community. You know, because just last week, you know, a quote unquote leak came out saying that, you know, somebody shared an email that Best Buy, it's possible that Best Buy will be opening up pre-orders for Grand Theft Auto 6 May 18th. Right? And that got the whole internet buzzing. Got everybody crazy. Everybody was in spaces. Everybody was doing this. Everybody was doing videos. Like, what? Pre-orders about to gear up. I mean, it is that time. Summer Game Fest is here. The summertime is kicking. Take-Two about to do their earning reports around that time. So it kind of makes sense. It kind of lines up. Huh? And then after that email or that leak was shared, everybody started jumping on. You know, people was going out their way saying like, hey man, yeah, this is what I heard. This is what I heard. That's how convenient. This is what I heard. That's the scary part when it comes to a lot of leaks and quote unquote insiders, is that they're not really doing any type of insider work. They're just going off of hearsay things that, you know, they might scour the internet that you might not have seen yet. And it's like, oh, let me share this real quick. And they're trying to attach themselves as the source of the information. Majority of people are not in Reddits and these forums and all that stuff. There's plenty of people in there, but I'm talking about us. Yeah, we're not in them joints like that. The scouring the internet. We're not on, you know, personally, LinkedIn. You know, I'm not on PlayStation. People, you know, looking at their LinkedIns. You know what I mean? So yeah, it is fraudulent. Sona's 100% right. There's a lot of frauds where they're trying to put themselves off as insiders, but they're not really giving you insider information. It's just educated guesses, hypothesis, or just conveniently attaching themselves to somebody that probably shared something that has a lower audience. And then now, oh yeah, let me attach myself to this rumor. Let me attach myself to this insider information, and let me share like I put this information out there. So yeah, people was going out there. You know, a lot of people was getting on my man Detective Seeds. You know, which that's where the accountability part have to get addressed. Because at the end of the day, you can report, or not even report. You can say certain things, right? You can attach yourself to certain insider leaks and all that stuff. But when the time comes and it doesn't come true, majority of these people they stay quiet and move on, and then they attach themselves to the next rumor. That is going to stop. Before, we're not going to, before nobody really highlight that stuff. Maybe Thrash. Thrash is probably one of those people, or Porter Rock. They will probably, and Sick. They will highlight those people and they will, you know, give it to them, whatnot. But maybe it's time to start highlighting these things because people are not accountable for their actions, man. You know, I have no personal issue with C's. I think C's a cool guy. But there's no way you can make these grand diatribes on Twitter. Like I'm reading a book, like a nib tweet. Huh? Explaining, yo, this detail, yo, it's going to be happen here, then collector's edition, then this edition, then first early access on PlayStation and this and that. Oh, going down the 18th. Then the 18th come and you are nowhere to be found. Pure craziness. I don't care who you are. You need to be accountable. This is why we get on these Xbox people, because they're not accountable for their actions and things that they say. You're not going to come over here on the PlayStation side doing PlayStation news and insiders stuff and not be accountable for the things that you say over here about PlayStation. Huh? You are crazy. As good as a guy you can be. I don't think I seen C's tweet this whole week. Maybe on vacation. I don't know. But I've seen people on vacation come into spaces for an hour or two. I've seen people on vacation do a tweet. People at work do tweets and spaces. So you got time to be accountable for your actions as far as what you're saying or putting out there. Because now, when it comes to the credibility, it's just dwindling. It's just going down. You know what I mean? And a lot of people have been highlighting this stuff for a long time. I personally, I stayed away from it for a little bit because I'm just like, you know, it is what it is. It kind of sus, but nah, it's not what it is. What it is. A lot of people are getting. You said clout was a hell of a drug. You remember the word clout? I don't think yo, bro, I haven't heard people use the word clout. Persona, when's the last time you heard someone use clout? Probably Persona was the last person. You know, when we was going back and forth with DJ Killzone. Hey, yo, you remember that Persona? Yo, we was about to monetize the hell out of that, yo. We was about to monetize the hell out of that Killzone situation. I forgot what the phrase is what we was gonna say. Cause we was gonna put that shit on t-shirts. But we ended up not doing it. It was like, yo, let's leave this dude alone. It's like, yo, clout. I ain't heard that word. That was what, 3 years ago? I ain't hear that word in a long time. You know what's a new word for clout? Grift. Grift replaced the word clout. It's no longer, oh, you clout chasing. Now it's, you just grifted. You know what I mean? And it is a grift. You know, it is a grift. Especially is a grift when you're not being accountable for what you're saying. You're just, you know, moving along. You're pissing in the wind, and wherever that piss flies, well, if that piss fly and hit my sneaker, you better say I'm sorry. You know, you're pissing in the wind, saying whatever rumor, and if the rumor sticks, you get praise. Oh, look. I'm watering the grass with my piss. I'm doing a good deed in the gaming community by telling you this information that hit. But when the pissing in the wind hit somebody else's sneaker or it slapped somebody's jeans or something like that, and that person's looking at you and you looking at them, and that person looking at you and you looking at them, and that person looking at you and you looking at them, they're looking for, hey man, you gonna say you're sorry? Hey man, you gonna say something like, yo, my bad. I didn't mean to do that. I had to piss. when your information that you spread 16 paragraphs didn't come true. It is your duty to be like, yo, my bad. It could be two things. Yo, my bad. Whatever information I was told, it was wrong. Because that happens with inside information. Somebody that Jeff Grubb will tell you all the time, like, yeah, sometimes this shit don't pan out. Or things change. Jason Schreier will tell you the same thing. Sometimes things change. But if you don't come back and address that to say, hey, you know, here's the new shit that's happening. That's just crazy. And then, you know, next week or 2 weeks later, you're going to come back and be like, hey, man, I heard this. Like, who going to listen to that, bro? Not Ty. Respectfully. But anyways, hopefully y'all did get y'all pre-orders in. But like I said, the Take-Two earnings happened, I think, I want to say the 20th or the 21st. So 2 days or 3 days after this whole pre-order thing was going on, which was kind of funny on the timeline because a lot of people was like, hey, yo, where the pre-order? I did do like a falls like trailer. Well, I just did the trailer number 2 and I said, here's the latest trailer for GTA 6, which is not false information. But but anyways, my bad, y'all. I'm not used to wearing glasses like that. Sometimes I got these little cup things. But by the way, this is AI glasses, by the way. These are some meta joints. You know what I mean? Like I said, I was planning to go to Summer Game Fest. I was gonna wear these and I was gonna, you know, do my recording and interview people from them and all that shit. I had a whole plan of like fun videos I was gonna upload on the channel or just on Twitter, but things change. Imagine if I did, you know, I told people when I told people I was going to State of Summer Game Fest, like back in February, I remember coming on here saying that. Imagine if I didn't say nothing after. You know what I'm saying? You're like, yo, Bar, I thought you were supposed to be at State of Play. And I just keep it moving like, oh, all right, next guys, next news topic. The hell you gonna think of me doing that? You know what I mean? But anyways, yo, True Bleed, what's good, man? Yo, Loco, what's good, man? Locoism, what's good? Take-Two earnings. Grand Theft Auto 6 still planned for November 19th. No delay. So that's good news that, you know, a lot of people saying if they don't have this information here or this not happening here, it's possible that it might get delayed, but no. They're saying that the game is ready to go on the 19th. I'm pretty sure a lot of people are excited for that. And there's no planned delay, but things can change. In the interview with Bloomberg today, CEO Strauss Zelnick said he didn't know where this week's Best Buy rumor came from, and that the pre-orders typically start alongside the marketing, which will begin summer. So he's pretty much saying, when we're ready to pre-order, we'll let you know, because that typically is going to get, you know, started when they start their marketing push for the summer. So he's saying like he don't know where this whole Best Buy rumor for the 18th is coming from. But it's crazy that, because GTA 6 is a big game, right? So people is going to use whatever little information or false narrative or whatnot, or they're just going to be pissing in the wind, like I said, because when they see the word GTA, Grand Theft Auto, eyes is gonna attach to it. You know what I mean? So he's saying like, I don't know where this shit came from. You know, yo, Maley, got it. What's good, man? He said, you got to do the draft house. I'm not going to do the draft house thing. I've done that before. Well, you know what? I'll talk about it. Remind me when I get to the State of Play stuff. Remind me, Mally. You know what I mean? Just made up bullshit. And no disrespect. When it comes to a game that large and a rumor like that, and it don't come from like certain people of like prominence when it comes to the whole insider stuff, when they're just quiet about it, yeah, I'm gonna be like, yeah, this might be yes. There's no way they don't know about it. You know what I mean? There's no way they didn't get no information about it. Someone like Jason Schreier not reporting that is questionable. And the funny part of it, he got the interview with Strauss Zelnick. That's the flex right there. But yeah, the guy that I interviewed, but you know, where does Best Buy information came from? You know what's funny? In my fact, I did see Jason Schreier. He did. Yo, Cobb Sandy, man, appreciate the 23 months of being a Soldier First Class member. He says, sup, Bari. Some people these days don't fact check. Yeah. But people are dying for these information that they will believe whatever. You know, if it sounds good, if it make you feel good, you know, people will be like, yo, I'll cling on to that information. You know what I mean? And the people that spread that type of information, they know that people are clamoring for this type of information, and they would tie themselves onto that. That's where they get the views. That's why these tweets, they go up to the 300Ks, the million views, because they know people are waiting and they're dying for this information. Yo, Wolf, what's good, bro? Shout out to my man Wolf, Gang Mission. But yeah, whoever pre-ordered on the 18th, show a screenshot. Matter of fact, don't show a screenshot. You know what I mean? You might get don't show no screenshot until PlayStation fix their shit. You know what I mean? I ain't telling y'all when I'm purchasing no more games. You know what I mean? You might not even see a platinum trophy from me no more, because I don't know. This shit sound crazy. But anyways, if it ain't come from Jason Schreier, I don't know. I ain't believing nothing. I ain't believing shit. Anybody say. Respectfully. You know what I mean? Yo, there is some Final Fantasy news that I've been slowly collecting. You know, shout out to Genki, been posting a lot of the interviews from Hamaguchi. I have some of them bookmarked. I have some of them saved. But I will bring back you know, the Final Fantasy remake news stuff very, very soon. But I'll do that more like a video format. You know what I mean? But yeah, I do want to start talking about part 3. You know, because more information is coming up. Let me see if there's something I'm missing before I move to the state of play stuff. I feel like I'm missing a news topic that I said I was going to talk about. Oh, the Tokon stuff. I'll wait until everybody, because we're gathering information about that through Comma Breaker. But, you know, heads up, Black Panther is looking good. She is looking amazing. You know, everybody's all like, oh, this is not T'Challa. I don't give a damn. I don't give a damn if it's not T'Challa or not. Sori looks amazing. And I can't wait. Can't wait to play it. Hold up. Let me see. I know I'm missing something. Now I'm not gonna bash Xbox people today. We're gonna focus on PlayStation today, because there's a lot of crazy things that these Xbox dudes are saying as well, which I've been seeing. But I'm gonna say that for a later time. Sorry, y'all. I'm gonna say that for another time. Okay. Okay. I think, you know what? We'll just move it along. We'll just move along like I know you will. Oh yeah. Oh, that's what I want to say. So there's a new closed beta for Horizon Hunters Gathering. But once again, with this beta or this playtest, we can't speak or share any information about it. So if anybody was looking for any type of information, I thought that like the second time they would do this beta, they will, I believe, like they will at least like people, you know, talk about it. Maybe you probably can't share gameplay or stream it, but you can at least talk about it. But no, you're still on the NDA where you can't you know, stream it, share it, or even talk about it. I guess part 3 is going to be easy play. Yeah, according to Hamaguchi, they're going to make it much easier for people to get the platinum. Yo, the platinum percentage is still at like 2% for Rebirth. That's a big bulk of the game that people probably skip, you know, with the mini games and the side content. You know what I mean? But I do, yo, honestly, I do want to talk about Hunters Gathering, but I just can't share anything yet. The day they say, yo, you can share information, I will boot up live right there and share my thoughts on Hunters Gathering. But right now, I will not do that. I won't do that right now. But all right, let's move along to State of Play talk. We are here now. We're going to be talking about State of Play. Sorry it took so long. Like I said, I just felt like there's certain things that needed to be spoken about, had to be spoken about, and I could not ignore something like that with any type of audience that I have here on YouTube. I didn't get to, and plus I didn't even get to really share my thoughts on it because I wasn't really on Twitter like that. You know what I mean? I did, you know, wish Colin the best when it did happen, and then when he announced that he got it back, I was happy that he got it back. But the PSN stuff has to be shared, and I feel like other PlayStation, you know, content creators or members that's way bigger than me should talk about this as well, in my opinion. But let's get into the State of Play talk, where it's funny because the day they announce the State of Play, I wasn't even on Twitter. How I got the information, yo, shout out to Ant, Trap House. You know, he put out the tweet on not the tweet, but he put out a message on Discord in the chat. And yo, I saw like a one on the Discord. I'm thinking like, oh, that's probably from like Chuck, or that's probably from like Dre. They probably saying something in the Discord. So I'm just like, all right, let me see what's going on. But it was from the WUPS channel that we have on Discord. And Ant had a tweet there. He was like, yo, I think he just screenshotted the State of Play announcement. I was like, oh, word? But I went over to the blog real quick to see. And then I had to log back into Twitter. And then once I was like, oh, this is real. I think I hit up Persona. I was like, yo, State of Play. Or did Persona hit me up? One of the two happened. I was like, yo, State of Play. I think this is going to be a big one because how they announced it, how long apart from the actual broadcast day it is. They did this 2 weeks ahead of time. Typically, when it comes to a State of Play, they'll announce that junk the day before, 2 days before, but 2 weeks? That's more like showcase style. Even though there has been State of Plays that has been as long as what they're announcing here, those State of Plays were still announced like a day or two before the broadcast went live. You know what I mean? But here's a tweet that PlayStation said, and it's at 15.5 million views. He said State of Play returns on June 2nd. The over hour-long show includes an extended look at Marvel's Wolverine, plus news and updates from upcoming PlayStation games. And then when you click on that, here's the blog article, right? So this is the blog article at first. You know, shout out to Tim Torrey. 60 minutes of updates, announcements, and gameplay reveal from top studios around the world. To kick things off, you'll get a closer look at Marvel's Wolverine. So I guess they're going to open up with Marvel's Wolverine, which is going to be great. Insomniac will share more from its upcoming third-person action adventure game, showing off Logan's brutal and relentless combat along with some new details. This all-new take on the comic book legend launches on PlayStation 5 September 15th. Now, before I get into the other aspects, or getting back into the whole Wolverine thing, right? I'm gonna come back to the Wolverine thing. There's more information that is coming out here with the State of Play. Because this is not the only tweet. There was a follow-up tweet, right? It's also being showcased at the Alamo Draft House. And I've never personally been to the Alamo before, but I know people that been there, and they always talk about, you know, their experience when it came to that. I've been to, you know, movie theaters where they had like a dining experience, but it wasn't called Alamo Draft House. You know, and I think this one is in Brooklyn, right? I think it's in Brooklyn. Where they're saying that they're partnering with the Alamo Draft House in the United States to host special live watch party viewings of State of Play stream June 2nd. Tickets will be free but limited. So head over to this Alamo. Let me click on the link. So when did this go live? Let me see New York. Oh, I mean, it is free. Let me take this goddamn glass up. 1 second, y'all. My shit fogging up. I'll put them back on when we get back to the predictions. But my shit fogging up. It's hot as motherfucking. Anyways, already sold out, which I'm not surprised by, due to you know, it's free, and being somebody that been to one of these watch parties before. I've been to like 2 of them before for the E3 showing. One of them was the 2015 one with Final Fantasy being shown. There was another one I went to as well. Was it the beginning of the PlayStation 4? It might have been the beginning of the PlayStation 4. I'm not too sure. No. Was it only one that I've been to? It might be just one that I've been to. Anyways, I've been to one of these watch things before, and yeah, the tickets go quick. Before, it wasn't just the Alamo. It was I think it was like AMC's or something like that, or it might be Regal's that it was showing it at. So there was more theaters. So you didn't have to specifically go to this one AMC or Regal. There was a multitude of there was probably like 3 or 4 theaters that you could go to within the state. You know what I mean? Back then. Here, Alamo's a little bit more, you know, there's a little more sparse. It's a little bit more special type of experience, right? Like I said, I never been to the Alamo Draft House. I never been to one, but I know you like eat, you drink, and all that shit there. But I never seen how it looks how it you know, how the theater looks, how big it is, or nothing like that. So this is pretty cool. So when I saw this, I'm like, yo, this is giving me old school PlayStation 4 E3 type vibes, because this is something that I personally feel everybody that, you know, if you really enjoy playing on PlayStation and you like the community, you should be going to one of these events one time in your life where you're getting there with like-minded gamer and see how you're communicating with other gamers with outside of that bubble or Twitter or YouTube or whatnot. You know what I mean? It's really a different experience. Like some of the things that a lot of these PlayStation gamers, the things that we talk about or go back and forth, they probably don't even care about this shit. They're just like, hey man, I love Crash Bandicoot. I'm playing on PlayStation, you know, simple shit like the controller, you know what I mean? And they just keeping it simple like that. But he said PlayStation invited Paris to this. Well, I don't think this is like a invite. This is just anybody could just go to it. I don't know if they probably have like a special, you know, media showing at, you know, especially at Los Angeles where, you know, Summer Game Fest. I don't know if they're doing that, but this is something that you pretty much first come, first serve type ordeal. But at the end of the day, it's just being there in the presence of everyone that had the same, like, it's no different than PlayStation experience. Like PlayStation experience is one of the greatest things I ever attended, like game events, up there all time high for me, because that was something where it was people all over. It was people all over the world internationally that was coming to that joint, meeting us PlayStation fans from Germany, from all this over the places there. And then you see, you know, people in the media, you saw people that the developers was walking around. It was just like a chill moment. Like PAX is really cool too. But you know, like I said, PlayStation Experience is a more focused type event, which was cool because at the end of the day, I like PlayStation. I'm a PlayStation gamer, you know? So yeah, like if you had the chance to get a ticket, I say go for it. You know, I don't know. Let me see if I'm pretty sure all the availability is gone now. Let's check. Okay, so Brooklyn is done. How can you go back? Oh, check Los Angeles. Yeah, I'm pretty sure they all sold out. I'm pretty sure they all sold out, bro. Is there gonna be one at Boston? Oh no State of Play at Boston. So yeah, it's not even like a lot of areas that the Alamo's at. Oh, they got one in Yonkers? Wait, so have I been to an Alamo before? If that's what it's called? Because the one that I was talking about is in Yonkers. I don't know if it was called Alamo. Maybe they have one now. So only downtown Brooklyn. So yeah, there's not a lot of Alamos out there like that. My bad. But yeah, end of the day, my mindset when it comes to this is that this is going to be a big or a very important, I won't say big, but a very important state of play. Where how my mindset going into it. And listen, like I said, I'm not one of those people that is going to temper expectations. I'm going to be hyped. I've never been one of those people when it comes to a PlayStation event that they're doing that I'm going to be like, you know, I'm going to temper my expectations. If the show is ass, it's ass. But I'm going into that joint full throttle, locked and loaded. Okay? I'm going in there. I'm going in there ready to go. He said, Bari, catch the 4 or 5. It takes you right there. We talking about 4 or 5 trains? Nah, it don't take you there. Oh, or to the one in Brooklyn. Once I seen that only on PlayStation logo pop up, oh boy. Listen, only on PlayStation is back, man. But let me get back to the whole Wolverine, right? Because the way how PlayStation has been marketing their big games has been a little bit weird. Not gonna lie, been a little bit weird. Right? Spider-Man 2 was one of them where it panned out, it worked out, but it was different. It was different. Where they had a showcase. What's the showcase or a state of play? Where they showed gameplay, right? But there was no pre-order information at the PlayStation own event. Later on, was it Gamescom or one of the, maybe it was Summer Game Fest. It was one of the Jeff Keighley show or something like that, where they showed the Miles Morales stuff, where he was doing the Hadouken. Remember we was doing the reaction to it, and he was going through like the lizard area, and the lizard was eating up all the fish, and you know he was sliding on the water. After that stuff, they spoke about collector's editions and pre-orders and all that stuff. I personally feel when it comes to this state of play, which I feel that this state of play is not only going to be a sole focus on PlayStation 5, and I'm going to come back around that. I feel like we're going to see a tiny glimpse, and I mean tiny glimpse, into a later game that might be a launch on PlayStation 6, but it might be also a PlayStation 5 game. We never. It might be a cross-play game or cross-platform game, right? But that's how the importance I feel like this state of play is going to be, where it's going to be highlighting the things coming now, but they're definitely 100%, because they've been very timid when it comes to the future. What we always say on WUPs, like opening up that curtain, or I think Persona will say that, open up that curtain to see what's going on in the background of the future of PlayStation 5. They've been very hesitant with a lot of that stuff. Yo, Roja, appreciate you subscribing, man. Welcome to the channel. Hopefully you are enjoying your stay here. Or hopefully you do enjoy your stay here. But I feel that this PlayStation state of play is going to be very big, very significant, right? They're kicking off with Wolverine, and I do feel like with Wolverine coming out in September, you could probably show another trailer probably like later in the summer. But what I would like them to do for Wolverine is have everything ready to go after this state of play. I'm talking pre-orders. I'm talking digital deluxe editions, physical deluxe editions. Huh? I'm talking comic book issues. Huh? I'm talking t-shirts and merch. Huh? And most importantly, I'm talking accessories and collector's editions. Now, before I get to the collector's edition, let's talk accessories. Let's talk accessories. Okay? One more sip. All right, one more sip. PlayStation. You look at me now. PlayStation. I need you to look dead in my eyes. Okay? I need you to look dead in my goddamn eyes. Okay, PlayStation? Let me tell you something. Look, don't look away. Okay? Look into these beautiful dark brown eyes. They're captivating. Okay. When it comes to these accessories for Marvel's Wolverine, okay, I need that controller to be on point. I want to see like a slash, you know what I mean, on the controller, not just on the touchpad either. I know how. Listen, let me show y'all something, bro. Let me show y'all something, bro. Let me show y'all something, bro. Huh? Yeah, you're not gonna play me for no fool. You're not gonna play me for no fool. You see this? You see this? When it comes to Marvel's Wolverine, I better not see something as lazy as this controller right here. Huh? Well, Marvel Wolverine. Insomniac, I'm looking at you. Look into my eyes, Insomniac. Don't look away. I'm lighting the fires. If y'all ain't see by now, hold up. Insomniac, I'm not playing with you.
Light the fires. Light the fires. Light the fires. Light the fires.
I ain't playing with y'all. Huh? I don't want to see nothing. And I say nothing, nothing, nothing looking like this anymore. I don't want to see it anymore. PlayStation, stop being so lazy when it comes to your controllers and accessories. I don't want to see it anymore. And I say nothing, nothing, nothing needs to be looking like this when it comes to Marvel's Wolverine. You understand what I'm saying? Look into my eyes. Accessories. I need a controller. Preferably too as well. Listen, PlayStation. There's no way y'all looking at this, bro. Look what's going on over here, PlayStation. Look what's going on over here, PlayStation. Right? This was a cool controller right here. This marathon one, dope. But PlayStation, you have a whole pro controller. And you have two colors. The fact that you still have the yeah, exactly. Get this fixed up. You got two colors, white and black. It doesn't matter if you're black or white. Yo, you need to, at least when it comes to Marvel Wolverine, let's start pushing some customized Wolverine Edge control. Imagine a Wolverine PlayStation Edge controller. And you have like the slash going through the controller. Something, I'm not an artist. I don't know art. But I can tell you when something ugly or not. Okay, I'll be honest with you that. As far as how to do it, I don't know. Yo, Teasy, what's good, bro? Shout out to my man Teasy in the building, man. Right? But you imagine a DualSense Edge, $200 controller, and you have a Wolverine customization on that bad boy? Come on now. PlayStation, once again, where's my mouse? Where's my mouse, man? There we go. Once again, don't have nothing looking like this. Nothing. But have a cool, what's a good controller I could look at that they got over here? No, not this. Not this. No. Wolverine better not look like this as well. All this knick-knack paddywhack crap on a goddamn controller. What's this? This a nice one right here. It's a pretty cool one. As far as the detail, you could be kind of minimalistic like this, right? But I feel like you can do so much with Wolverine, man. Probably have the X-Men symbol somewhere, you know, have the slash going on somewhere, but don't just slap Marvel's Wolverine on the touchpad and like, hey, custom controller. And don't go overboard like this crap. This is ugly. This is ugly. That's all I'm saying. Huh?
Don't know if you talked about it. They also need some PS Pro plates.
Oh, Cobb Sanity. We going there. I mentioned the Edge, because the Edge, to me, I would love to see an Edge. Yo, when it comes to all the accessories, imagine a portal. People that probably don't believe in a portal, and they have a cool customized Wolverine portal. That might push somebody to buy a portal. You never know. But I feel like the Edge controller has not been getting no love. You could, you know what I mean? Like yesterday, Persona was like, have like a red Edge controller. I know he was talking about it, something, a color that, you know, he would want. But, you know, thinking about it, like really and truly, this controller been out for like 3 years now, and you only had one different color, and it's black. You know what I mean? But getting into, oh, I have this. Oh, now you want to put it for $199? Now you want to put this for $199? You see how much I paid for this? Almost $300. You know how many times I used it? You know how many times I used it? I'm not even gonna say it. Yo, where's the plates? Oh, covers. PlayStation. Oh, what is this? Oh, this is the blue joint. Yo, where is your custom plates, bro? If Wolverine is a game, no different than Spider-Man, that needs custom plates. And I'm not just talking about for the PlayStation 5. Show the Pro some love, please. Show the Pro some love. Yo, look, the Klarna joint is up here. Yo, you know people gonna be using this shit. Look at what y'all gonna be doing right here, man. You can get you a plate, $13 a month, or 4 payments at 0 interest. That ain't bad. That ain't bad. You know what I'm saying? The fact that you have Klarna PlayStation, there's no way you shouldn't be doing no custom plates for the Pro and PlayStation 5, no custom Edge controller. Can the Edge controller, can you use Klarna? Or is it the whole website you can use Klarna? Oh my God. There's no way. You might. Yo, Cyber Dragon, man. Appreciate you rejoining the ranks, my brother. Appreciate it, Cyber. PlayStation. There's no way you don't have Marvel's Wolverine Edge controller for $220. Even if the people see the $220, huh? The $220. If they see the $220, they gonna see the Klarna. Oh, pay $20 a month. How much a month is it gonna be? They might be paid. You might be paid 5 months, 6 months, 8 months. But they gonna have that controller. You know what I mean? How you don't have more custom shit? What else custom they got? Bro, you need to have a custom PlayStation 5 storage SSD Wolverine. Huh? Y'all telling me right now, if they had a custom PlayStation 5 internal storage for 2,000 and change, 8 terabytes, Wolverine edition, y'all want to buy that? Y'all want to buy that? Let's check the Klarna. Oh my God. $131 a month. You're gonna be indebted to PlayStation, but they will have that 8 terabyte custom Wolverine internal SSD. You know what I'm saying? all your accessories should be custom. Huh? There should be a PlayStation VR 2 Wolverine edition. Huh? And then you have the claws on the controller, the Sense controller. Huh? You got Wolverine mask on here and the claws on the controller. They can buy it through Klarna. He said, what the fuck? My bad, C Fresh, man. I'll never see this damn SSD. But you get, I'm joking. But you get the point when I'm saying it's like, yo, you should be doing way more with the accessories, man. But just make sure it doesn't look like this. This is an ugly controller. Respectfully, I'm very excited for 007 First Light. It is pre-ordered and all that, but I really want to know who the hell is bought this controller. Is there anybody in the chat that pre-ordered this controller? Let me know if you pre-ordered it so I can slap you. Huh? Ugly ass controller. You wouldn't even use this controller for decoration. That's how ugly it is. Anyway. When it comes to Marvel Wolverine, I feel like these things should be announced right after the state of play. Right after the state of play, these things should be announced. The accessory stuff, the pre-order date, the physical, digital deluxe editions, collector's edition. Mind you, I really like the collector's edition for Spider-Man 2 and Spider-Man 1. Great statues. The Spider-Man 2 statue is huge. You imagine like a Sentinel and Wolverine is like driving his claws into the Sentinel as a statue for Wolverine at the height of Venom. That would be dope as hell. I don't know what they would do for the if they are going to do a collector's edition, which I think is a safe bet that they will. I think that would be something dope that they could do, or it could be like a Wolverine on the bike. You know what I mean? Wolverine on his motorcycle. That would be dope too. You know, Yo, Phil, I know you ain't pre-ordered that controller. Yo, Viper, you pre-ordered it too? He said, no, I like the color. I would buy it, but not the 007 design. Yo, oh my God, y'all are crazy. Yellow Man, you bought the controller, Yellow Man? Where you at, Yellow? Where you at? Listen, they call me a pony, and I wouldn't even buy that. Huh? That shit ugly as hell, bro. When I saw that, I was like, yo, get this off my timeline. I almost muted PlayStation for a week. I'm joking. But yeah, when it comes to that stuff, I feel like they should kick that off right away. This jump been on the wish list for how long? A wish list that don't mean nothing. You know what I mean? There's a bigger issue with the wish list as well, which is annoying, because when you wish list something, when you click the heart, right, you're going to get alerted when the pre-orders go live. But that alert always is late. You know what I mean? You're better off cycling through Twitter or YouTube to see when the pre-order go live for something than PlayStation sending you the alert that the pre-order is live. They always like a couple of hours or a day late. The other thing is, as well, is like, I feel that there's something should be in the system of PlayStation where if they can look internally that you bought this game that you had on your wish list, it should be taken off of the wish list after you purchase the game. Because after you purchase the game is still on the wish list, and any update that happens with the game, you're just getting bling, 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 bling. Or if it goes on sale. I don't know if you guys ever had that happen to you where there was a game, it was like a smaller game. I forgot which game it was. But PlayStation was going through a whole bunch of sales, or they had like a sale or whatnot. And I was getting notification off the wazoo. This game is on sale. 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 I'm like, yo, some of them already had the game. I'm like, yo, you still blowing up my phone about the game being on sale. Brother, can you not see that I have the game? Play the game, platinum the game. I feel like they need to rework that. They need to look into that. Huh? Maybe I asked Colin about that too. You know what I mean? Yo, Soldier for Life, what's good, man? Besides, this is my very first James Bond game to play. I mean, don't get it twisted. I'm excited to play. I'm excited to play the game, but I just feel like that controller ugly. He said, yo, Yellow Man, you in New York? All right, yo, I'm coming right to you. Pause. I'm coming right to you. Send me your coordinates right now. I'm going to live stream me walking up to Yellow Man and asking him, hey, you pre-ordered this controller? He'll be like, yeah, I pre-ordered. Yellow Man gonna be bigger than me too. He's gonna be much bigger than me. Okay. I'm gonna be like, yo, as I said in the podcast, I was gonna bop you. And I'm gonna bop Yellow Man. Just run. I'm gonna run too. I'm gonna run. I'm fast, guys. I'm gonna run. Okay. But y'all not gonna see the recorded aspect of the run. Anyway, yeah, Wolverine, very, very excited for it. I'm pretty sure they're probably going to show at least like 10 minutes, or their segment of Wolverine is going to be at least 10 minutes for sure. You might have like 8 minutes of gameplay, or typically what they would do, that little 8 minutes of gameplay in a section, but they're obviously going to talk about certain things about the game or certain aspects about the game for sure, or development, commentary. So yeah, I'm expecting at least about 10 minutes, 10 to probably 12 minutes of Wolverine being showcased at the State of Play. If it's shorter than that, I'll be surprised, but at minimum 10 minutes for Wolverine. And if that's kicking it off, cool. And now you got 50 more minutes to play around with. Yo, but they say it's going to be more than 60 minutes. So, that's the baseline. You might go above 55, 70 minutes. But yo, from what I saw, Wolf post this as well in the chat, but I did see that the Alamo, people that got their tickets for the Alamo, they were posting that it says the show is like 90 minutes. But that can mean many things. Because you got to gather people in. That's going to take time. Before they start, they're going to be talking to you and all that stuff. So that could be a part of the whole, watch party experience. That doesn't necessarily mean the State of Play is going to be 90 minutes. You know what I mean? That's just from my experience when it comes to those things. But yeah, they probably just have the 90 minutes there because that's probably the allotted time that they have set to have everything be shown and people coming in and people leaving. But I expect about 65, probably 70-minute showcase when it comes to this. All right, let's get into the predictions, man. I don't know if I should put on my PlayStation hat for this. Maybe I should. Okay. I got my PlayStation Unk hat on. It's time to do some predictions. It is time. So I did do a prediction list the other day. The last time I updated it was yesterday. I did do pause my prediction list. There you go. Y'all probably can't see it, but it's quite a few things there, man. Quite a few things there, huh? So I'm not going to go in order of what I got written down, but when it comes to my predictions, this is not what is going to, this is not going to be the entire show. Everything that I'm talking about is not going to be the entire show. This is going to be what can potentially be at this showcase or state of play. You know what I mean? So are y'all ready? Should I start off with a safe one? Yeah, I'm gonna start off with a safe one. Well, I think this is a safe one. It might not be a safe one to y'all, but all right, here we go. Prediction time. Oh, I had a speak from the heart. Oh, the pre-order. No, my speak from the heart was the pre-orders. Like I said, I shifted things over because of the PSN issue. And you see, I got the speak from the heart shirt on, which y'all can buy at the JayBari shop, merch, whatever the fucking link is. Y'all see in the description. Don't ignore it. And I'm joking. But first prediction. Let me go with this camera view. First prediction. Okay. Y'all let me know if this is a safe one or this is not a safe one. But the first prediction I have up here is the God of War Trilogy Remaster official trailer. Official trailer. Now, here's the tricky part of this announcement and how I feel like this announcement is going to be. Okay? Here's the tricky part. Here's the tricky part. Okay. I feel like this remaster, or it's not even a remaster, it's a remake, right? Yeah. I feel this remake will be in the vein of the 2018 Ragnarok gameplay perspective. Obviously now with jumps and more platforming and things like that, but I feel like it's going to be in that perspective. Right? And I said the reason why I feel like that, because the original announcement, I feel like if it wasn't like that, if it was just a relook of how the original games were, you could have easily teased that and shown that, because that's an easy visual thing to just, show people. In my opinion, I could be wrong, but in my opinion. Also, I feel that this God of War Trilogy remake, it won't be 3 games on release. They're going to trickle the releases into 3 different individual games. God of War 1, 2, and 3. I could be wrong on that. Most likely I am wrong because they're calling it trilogy remaster remake. But I just feel like if it's going to be in that vein of the 2018 Ragnarok, I don't feel like we're going to get all 3 at the same time. And that's going to be a very controversial thing if it's true. Like I said, these are the predictions. This is not true. This is just my prediction. This is where the safer side of the prediction that the trailer will be showing. Gets a little bit hectic to where, you know, people will be like, yo, Bart, the fuck are you talking about? Get this pony off of here. That's my first prediction. Yo, that is a good one too. I'm seeing more and more because the original rumor, Kratos, when it came to the Corey Balrog game, is it Balrog or Balrog game, is that it's going to release early 2027 and it's going to be shown this year. So if they're going to be doing state of play mid-year, I think it lines up as far as that game is going to be shown there. So I feel like it could be teased there as well. Or it could be the God of War trilogy be the teaser and the Corey game be the actual full trailer. You know what I mean? So yeah, I do feel that's like that's a safer bet. Think about it, if this rumor is true about Corey's game. That the God of War trilogy is going to be like a teaser that's showing you how the game look. And then people are going to, you know, have their conversations and how they feel about, oh, it should be the traditional way. Oh, it should be this way. It should be this way, this way. You know how we get down. And, you know, move on from there. Right? So that's my first prediction. Second prediction. Let's get into hardware. Let's get into hardware, people. Because I want to show y'all something, man. Where's this trailer at? There's a few things in the trailer that I'm showing now. Oh, this was the news right here. Cyclops and Thing. Where is the trailer? Oh, here it is. This trailer I've been showing, you know, during, you know, the whole podcast, right? But there's a few things within this trailer that was showing that PlayStation been quiet on. Persona know where I'm going. Persona know where I'm going. You see, that's why that's the bro. There's sometimes I don't even have to say shit. And Persona like, yo, Bari, this is where you're gonna go. You see what I'm saying? But look at this. By the way, this setup is nice. Very nice setup. You got this setup over here, but you know, you turn on your controller. Whatever. All right. Let's look at the AI that's going on over here. Yo, let me get this. Yo, PlayStation, can I please, somebody send me this cup? Okay, I would love one. Thank you. What we're seeing here, nothing really crazy. All right, let's move on. Oh, this is it. This is not the PlayStation speaker, but where is the PlayStation speaker? You get what I'm saying? Is this the PlayStation speaker? Because this is the PlayStation. This is the end zone. This is the end zone monitor. Yo, this thing is hot too. Yo, let me get some of this decor. Hold up for a second. I forgot how the PlayStation speakers even look. Oh, this is how it looks. How does the back look? Nah, it's not the same speaker. So yeah, where is this? Maybe at this state of play, you know, which they're not shy to, you know, announce, you know, hardware things. Maybe they announce when this is coming out, these speakers, when it's coming out. And like Persona said in the chat, the Flex Strike fight stick, they said it's coming out this year. we know that Marvel Tokon comes out in August. When are we going to get a date as far as when this is going to get announced? You do have the event that you could announce these things. So I personally feel that the Flex Strike on top of the speakers will have a brief announcement as far as like coming holiday, or it might have a release date, or it might have a price, or you might even get the price, you know, after the show or in the blog or something. But this is something I'll be waiting for. The speakers is something I'm interested in getting as well. I do have my own speakers as well, but I kind of want something new and different. But the Flex Strike, I like fight sticks. I have about 3 fight sticks that I use. Well, now 4. One of them is not a stick. But this, in my opinion, outside of this little elevated area, it looks pretty comfortable. It looks like it's going to be pretty comfortable. The only thing I would say is that I wish this Flex Strike would be more customizable, as far as them probably like having like a Tokon, you know, fight stick, where they probably could do that on their own themselves. But I mean like customizable as far as you could do it your own. You know what I mean? But we haven't heard nothing from it. We haven't heard nothing from it. Yo, you say, yo, I pre-ordered 007 Mask Collector's Edition and the controller. You don't like it for my birthday? Or June 3rd? Yo, happy early birthday too, Yellow Man. Yo, the actual collector's edition for 007 is cool. That's the one that has the gun, right? The golden gun. But you say it comes with a mask as well? Yeah, like a Tokon edition Flex Strike. I think that would be dope. You know what I mean? Even Chuck would get that. You know what I mean? And Chuck don't use fight sticks. But imagine a Tokon Flex Strike, and you got the customizable book bag, which I don't think they're gonna customize the book bag, but the stick itself, you know what I mean? And then when me, Persona, Chuck, Dre, we roll up in Evo and we all pull out a fight stick, pause. We got the same looking Tokon fight stick. Or they can get real nasty, where they do like how Vitrix does it, where they have like, oh, this one might be Ryu, this one might be Chun-Li, this one might, but you have individual character fight stick customization. Look, yo, PlayStation, listen, yo, I'm telling you, bro, yo, you can make bank. Y'all can make bank off of this. But yeah, I feel like some hardware will be announced. Baby boy, you not feeling it, baby boy? Flex Strike and Marvel trailer, we gonna get there. With that being said, I do feel like, even though the Tokon devs, they said that there are 2 more events that Marvel Tokon will be showing. Well, they spoke about multiple events. Combo Breaker, they have the playable demos there. They spoke about Evo Japan. And was it Evo Japan that had the announcement trailer for... No, when is Evo Japan? I feel like that passed already. I feel like Evo Japan passed already. Oh no, Evo, yeah, Evo Japan passed, but Evo is June now. So yeah, June is, I feel like the last trailer we'll get for Tokon announcing the last team there. Yeah, because Evo Japan, I think, already passed. Yeah, see? May. That's where we got the Sori and the Hulk trailer. So yeah. But they said that I think there's 2 more events, and I feel like State of Play is definitely one of them. Evo Japan is definitely one of them as well. You know what I mean? Why wouldn't you have another trailer ready to go for State of Play? And I think that will correlate with the fight stick and all that stuff. So Team Doom is a very high possibility to Team Doom or Team Ghost Rider, which I think is going to be Team Doom, be showing at this state of play. So new Marvel Tokon trailer. All right, speaking of fighting games, let's stay in the loop. Let's stay in the loop. Baby boy, you said Virtual Fighter 6. I did see a leak or something about Virtual Fighter 6. I don't know if that's real or not, but I'm gonna be honest with you. The only Virtual Fighter I played was the one probably back in the day for a little bit, and the remaster that they did for a PlayStation 4. I did a stream on that. You know what I mean? And that code was pretty bad. But I don't know. Maybe, we never know. The Virtual Fighter is what, Sega? And I'm gonna come back to that, right? Matter of fact, I might come back to that. The Virtual Fighter. Hold that thought, baby boy. Hold that thought. But let's stay in the vein of fighting games again, right? PlayStation and NRS, NetherRealm Studios, they are known to have trailers released at PlayStation events. The Mortal Kombat games. I don't remember if Injustice was there. But I'm not the biggest, well, you know what? I'm not a fan of NetherRealm games per se. But the timeline is buzzing. Ed Boon is doing polls and asking questions. And I feel that the next NetherRealm NRS game, which people is saying that it's going to be Injustice 3 or whatever, will be announced at this state of play. That's my next prediction. I think that's a safe bet. PlayStation, Injustice 3 announcement. And this is where you're going to get copywritten on your live stream. Okay? Everybody that do their live stream, there will be a trailer being shown. It will have a hip hop artist. You know what I mean? Somebody's rapping. You know, after the trailer, everybody on Twitter is gonna be mad. Like, why they can't do rock music? Why they can't do country music? Why they can't do house music? Why you can't sit your ass down? Please. But yeah, Injustice 3 or whatever the next game they're gonna have will be announced at the state of play. Yo, Henzo Hatar, what's good, man? Miss you too, man. Yo, we haven't got up in a long time too, man. Play some games, man. You know what I mean? One of these days I might have to go back to Helldivers to get that platinum. I feel like that is something that has been, you know, it's been an itch. I'm trying to scratch it. Is it real itchy? Might not be. Might just be a quick little, you know what I mean? But we'll see. So yeah, other prediction. Let's lean now back into Sega, right? Because bringing up Virtual Fighter 6 and then seeing this magical leak that came out. I don't know if I even want to show that joint. Nah, I'm not going to show it. It looked good, right? But it does. Let me make sure that I've seen the right leak, because it looked like it was like off screen or something like that. 1 second. Was it Dre that posted it? Oh yeah, here it is. I don't want to. 1 second. I'm going to mute my desktop audio. 1 second. Yeah, the shit look good. It looked good as far as like detail. It looks very detailed. Like a lot of money is going into this fighting game. You know what I mean? And the first little teaser that they shown for Virtua Fighter 6, it did have that type of detail in it when a dude punched a dude and it was like, oh. You know what I mean? All that. But yeah, so it is a high possibility that we can see a new look off this Virtua Fighter game at the State of Play with Sega. Because I do, my other rumor that I have here, or my other prediction that I have here, is PlayStation X Sega partnership game. I don't, on my list here, I don't have it listed as far as like the specifics as far as what it could be, but I just have a feeling that we're going to get back to that PlayStation and Sega partnership. You know what I mean? I feel like for like a generation or so, you know, Xbox has been taking that partnership and putting a lot of the Sega games in spotlight like that, or where they have these marketing deals. And I feel like there's something that PlayStation and Sega is cooking up. It could be the Virtua Fighter. It could be something different, that they will have a new partnership game. And when I say partnership game, marketing rights for the game. All right. A lot of people might say Persona 6. I don't know. You said not safe? Not safe? Okay. Next rumor. The dislikes by haters on that video. Next rumor. All right, let's get fancy now. For this one, I'm very, very excited for, and I hope it's true. I have Devil May Cry 6 / Devil May Cry 3 remake. Capcom, the Cap gods, right? They've been on a roll. Everything they've been dropping, people been loving. The RE engine been magnificent. DMC5, the beginning of the generation, has been magnificent. Wonderful game, wonderful combat. It's been a minute since we heard from DMC, since we heard of the God, one of my favorite characters, one of my favorite franchises in gaming, Dante. I don't know if y'all remember back in the day, I was going to do a versus series as far as like having people debate which character will beat which other character. I forgot what I was going to call it, but a lot of people didn't sign up for that. But one of the debates is going to be Dante versus Kratos. And guess what side I was on? I think Dante will mop Kratos up. And I mean mop him up. Maybe not mop, but he will beat Kratos. I know a lot of y'all in the chat right now like, get the hell up out of here, Bari. Get the hell up out of here, Bari. You tripping. Kratos is the God. Who you think Dante be? Anyways, let me let you guys sidetrack. DMC 6. Oh, you playing it right now? Look at God. Look at God. TZ is playing DMC 5 right now. And guess what? There's been 2 seasons of Devil May Cry on Netflix. You think that's magically happening? You see, I knew Persona was gonna say something. I knew this brother from Queens was gonna say something. And look how he capped crazy. He think I'm crazy. He really think I'm crazy. Dante will whip Kratos. Easy. But Kratos is, you don't think Dante's strong? Look at the feats that Dante have done. The man stole a godlike statue. Destroyed it. Mundus. Destroyed him. Argisax. Destroyed him. Huh? Listen, Persona, man. Don't get kicked into your shins, bro. Don't get kicked into your shins, bro. Dante will be. I'm not. You know what? I take it back as far as the mopping Kratos. That's disrespectful. Right? That's right. That's disrespectful. Mundus. What I said? I said Mundo. That's disrespectful. But I do feel Dante would beat Kratos. He does have the abilities, the strength, the speed. He's way faster than Kratos. He's way faster than Kratos. He's as strong as Kratos. He's more skilled than Kratos. And a lot of people forget Devil Trigger. That's a whole different level. I'm sorry. We could probably save it for another debate. Like I say, yeah, I don't know if you remember that when I wanted to do those, gaming debates, like characters versus each other. I forgot what I was gonna call it. Shit, I'll be honest with you, I forgot what I was gonna call it. But that was one of the battles, is Dante versus Kratos. But nah, I do think it's time for a new DMC game. But here's the cherry on top. Here's the cherry on top. I don't think it's just going to be stopped at a new DMC game, but one of my favorite games to come out. Cause look, there's a lot of remakes that be hitting, right? Final Fantasy getting remade. That's in my top 5. We had Metal Gear Solid 3 remade. That's in my top 5. You think Capcom is not seeing like, yo, they're remaking these games? And the best 4 or 5 was really good as well. 4 or 5 was excellent. 2 gameplay was great. I just didn't like how they, made my man Dante all serious and shit. 1 was amazing as well. But DMC 3 is by far the best game. And I feel like Capcom is like, we got new Netflix shows going on. Dante is feeling the love. Virgil is feeling the love. Lady is feeling the love. Trish is he's getting there. Let's go back to the origins. Let's get Dante awakened. And let's do our proper remake. Not just a remaster like they did 4, which I appreciated. They adding all the new stuff in there. You can play as Virgil here in this mode and this one. Great. But Capcom, look into my eyes. Look into my eyes. I want a remake of part 3. So that's my other prediction. DMC 6 announcement. DMC 3 remake announcement as well. All right. Moving along. Let's get into some action, right? Y'all remember a beautiful looking game called Tides of Annihilation? We haven't heard from that game in a long time. Well, we did kind of. They did upload some new gameplay of a boss fight a couple of months ago, but they didn't really talk about release windows or anything of the sort. They just dropped the gameplay. Here's some new gameplay of homegirl fighting new boss, which looked amazing, by the way. He said Capcom too busy with Resident Evil bar, but Capcom is huge. Capcom got many different development studios within the Capcom umbrella. No pun intended. And DMC is a huge game for them. That series is a huge franchise for them. I get it. Resident Evil is definitely more prominent, is bigger. But me personally, it's been a minute since we played a new DMC game. Yo, Persona is still debating. Yo, Persona, Dante is as strong as Kratos. Yes, he is. Go replay DMC4 and go to the end. Look what he's doing. Look at the things that Dante and who he's defeating. These monsters and these demons are as big or even bigger as the Titans that Kratos or, you know what I mean? Like, come on. Dante is super strong. You might not see it here and there as pronounced as Kratos, but because Dante is more flashy and is using his weapons and all that stuff, but Dante is super strong. Like, talk to him, Leo Jimmy. Talk to him, bruh. You see Mundus? You see Argisax? These are universal entities. No different than like a Zeus or a Odin. Yo, so what do you think Mundus? Yo, he gotta look it up. He gonna look it up. Yo, we can always come back to this debate. I think it will be a fun debate. We can get a few people that is on Persona side, and we get some people that's on my side. But I do feel that Dante will be Kratos. You know what I mean? What I was talking about? Oh, State of Play. Oh, Tides of Annihilation. I feel like Tides of Annihilation will have a new trailer that will show the release window of the game in 2027. So I'm talking like winter, spring, or even fall, which I hope is not fall, 2027. Phantom Blade. Might get, even they've been showing a lot of Phantom Blade throughout the time that it got announced. But Phantom Blade releases this year. Phantom Blade new trailer. Possible new release date. And showing all the goodies the game will have as far as physical, digital deluxe, and possibly a collector's edition. I know some of y'all gonna disagree with that. A collector's edition. Okay. Next trailer. This one is a needle in the haystack, because I don't think PlayStation even marketed at this game at first. Lies of P sequel. We know it's coming. Lies of P is one of my favorite games this generation. DLC masterpiece. The sequel we know they're working on for a minute now, and I feel like it's ready to go as far as here is the announcement. Which new world we're going to be in. Lies of P sequel trailer announcement. State of Play. This might be a needle in the haystack. Bloodborne remake tease. Ooh, listen, I wanted to put that. I'll save that for your prediction. I'm gonna have you. I'm gonna throw that with a Persona, man. I would say, nah, you know what? Persona did say Bloodborne. You know, I had it, but then I deleted it because I'm like, yo, we have been talking about, how long have we been talking about this, man? When it comes to Bloodborne, man, and a remake or a remaster. You know what I mean? And what the tricky part of the whole, man, you remember this trailer? What's the trailer where they had like, can you let me see. There was like a PlayStation 5 trailer. And it was like persistence. You know, it showed each game. What was the name of that trailer, y'all? Y'all know what trailer I'm talking about? There was a trailer, And it was like this game, Persistence. And then it was like Final Fantasy, Classic. What's the name of that trailer? Damn it. I don't remember the trailer. Is it this one? No, that's Black Flag. Oh, it's not that one. Hold on. I'm going to find it. I'm going to find it, bro. Hold on. PS5 trailer. Bloodborne. Persistence. Oh, it was the 30th anniversary. Oh, yeah. Yeah. I'm sounding like Dr. Disrespect. Thirtieth anniversary. I can't find it. Was it a long trailer? You know what's funny too? I think I had the trailer downloaded. That's the crazy thing. 30th anniversary trailer. Yeah, like the whole point of me saying it is like why? Maybe we are looking into things too much, but why go that route and be like Bloodborne, Persistence? Like, are you telling the fans something? That's why everybody always is like, in any predictions, they're always going to have like Bloodborne there. You know what I mean? Yo, I can't. Did they delete this trailer? Bloodborne trailer, thank you. Oh, let me do this. Let me search PlayStation, Twitter, right? Thank you for 30 years of play. I'm gonna play this. I'm gonna find this goddamn trailer. Oh, here it is. Here it is. I found it. I found it. This got me emotional, man. I ain't even got a damn 30th edition controller. I mean, console. This is a godlike trailer, bro. You feel the emotion. Ooh. I'm getting emotional, y'all. Oh, hold on. Y'all thought I wasn't gonna go back to that? The most important part of the trailer. the best video game character in gaming. It's about fantasy. Yo, this is a trailer, bro. Jeez. Yo, stir crazy. I'm gonna get to it. I'm gonna get to you. But two of my favorite characters in gaming has been shown in this trailer. Okay. I just want. Matter of fact, you got 3 up in there. Snake as well. Look at this, man. Yo, I might be joking, but your real talk. Watching this trailer is emotional, man. It's bringing back those memories and. Boom, right there. So after this, everyone is like, yo, PlayStation cares about Bloodborne. PlayStation, and they say it's about persistence. Huh? I mean, you gotta be very persistent to play Bloodborne. You know what I mean? Keep on moving forward. Keep on attacking. But I feel like this is a message to the fans. Keep on asking. Keep on putting on the most desired list. You know? I feel like the allure of Bloodborne, after wanting a remake of this game, the desire for a remake of this game, has amplified the hype of Bloodborne for people that probably didn't even play Bloodborne. You know, the last time I seen the sales of Bloodborne, it was like 2 million or something like that. But I feel like the hype comes from, you know, prominent members on YouTube talking about Bloodborne, showcasing Bloodborne. The generation that we're in, where they're pushing frame rates much higher now, not just capping things to 30. The pro, and the fact that we seen a game like Demon Souls on the PlayStation 5, amazing. The Pro, amazing. And then you drop this trailer, amazing trailer, say it's about persistence. That's why the Bloodborne remake prediction would never go. Yo, every state. So Maximilian Dude is like one of my favorite people to watch on YouTube, right? You know, I find Max very, very entertaining, regardless if I disagree with some of the things he say, but even gameplay stuff, all that stuff, it's enjoyable. His Let's Play is always enjoyable. Every time there's a state of play announcement, he has like these bingo card things, like, you know, the gift subs and, you know, gift subs bets. Every single one of the state of play predictions that he has out there has Bloodborne remake on there, remaster, remake, whatever the hell you want to call it. Every single one. And I feel like this is a message to Max, a message to everyone that put it on there, on that list. The people that truly love Bloodborne, enjoy the gameplay, and want to see you play the game in 60 frames or even higher. It's about persistence by y'all. So yeah, Persona is right. I should have Bloodborne. So look, I'll be honest with you, I don't have Bloodborne on my list. I don't know if you can see that. I don't have Bloodborne on here. I don't know if y'all see that. Maybe I can pause it. I don't have it on there, but it should be there. But I just don't know, man. I just don't know, man. Yo, Leo Jimmy, man, appreciate the $10 donation, man. I don't think that GTA 6 will be at the State of Play. I think that will have its own event. Obviously, I think PlayStation is marketing GTA 6. But you know what? I don't know, to be honest with you, because what Strauss, what's his name? Zelnick, he did say the summer is when they're going to ramp up their marketing push. June 2nd is not summer technically. But when I look at PlayStation quarterly, where they spoke about their Q4 stuff, and they spoke about their forecasts when it comes to the rest of the year, the rest of the fiscal year, and they talk about the games that's coming out first party wise, they had the audacity to list GTA 6 in that presentation. That's telling me a few things, right? Obviously, PlayStation is going to be marketing the game heavily, and they're putting a lot of money into the game. That's not to say that the game is going to be exclusive on PlayStation. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying that they are putting a lot of effort into making people know this is where you should be playing the game. I think that's going to be pushed up. And if they're going to be doing that, you have an event that the announcement got 15.5 million views just on Twitter. That's not the whole combination of people talking about it and blah, 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 blah. But eyes are going to be on this event. With you doing all those things, you would think they will be there. But also, I got to take what Strauss has said in the count as well. He said summer is going to kick up. You know? But I think it will be dope for them to have it there. Do I think it's going to be there? I don't think so. But also, he said, how much you think the PlayStation 6 is going to cost? I think PlayStation 6 is going to be expensive, bro. Save up your ducats. You know what I mean? You see these water bottles everybody love? This is vitamin water, right? I took off the thing because I'm doing a live stream and I don't want, you know, the branding of vitamin water on the stream where they be like, oh, you showed our product, right? What y'all need to do is any water bottle, soda bottle, or if you drink soda, whatever, y'all don't just throw it away. Have a little plastic bag and collect them motherfuckers. Y'all know when y'all go to the supermarket and right at the beginning of the supermarket, what you have people doing? Recycling their water bottles, getting their 5 cent each water bottle. Okay? Save it up. Whatever gets y'all bread, save it up. You know what I mean? Do what you got to do. But I personally think that the PlayStation 6 is going to be expensive. You got to look at it, bro. PlayStation 5 Pro is $900. Huh? The 6 that's going to be more powerful. They might take a little cut on the 6. So you know what? Just to answer your question, instead of just being lazy and say it's going to be expensive, I'm going to say $700 to $750 is what PlayStation 6 will cost at launch. Give you, not cower and give a scapegoat answer. I'm honing in $700, $750 is because they might take a little loss, but if they're not taking a loss, good luck, everybody. And then tell me what you think about Neo gameplay on my trash channel. Yeah, I definitely check it out. I definitely check it out, man. Just remind me as well after the show, or type it again before I head out. All right, so yeah. Oh, once again, speaking of PlayStation 6, whoever did this trailer, right? I'm pretty sure y'all watching this trailer. You know, I'm talking over it and all that stuff, but you felt the emotion that this trailer was trying to push, the nostalgia of celebrating 30 years of PlayStation. Whoever created this trailer, they need to be in charge of PlayStation 6 marketing and push. Whoever did this trailer right here. Tickling the fancies of nostalgia on top of the newness, and conveying it this way within this trailer, showing all these games and whatnot. That you need to do something very similar when it comes to PlayStation 6. That's all I gotta say. That's all I gotta say. But yeah, Bloodborne. This is why I feel like it's always gonna get put on there, especially after this trailer. It's about persistence. Amazing. I did not like or retweet this tweet. I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna do it right now. Amazing trailer. This was what? Man, this was almost a year and a half ago. All right. What was the last announcement? I said Liza P. I have here new Kana story and gameplay trailer with release date. So we know Kana is coming out this year. They said that Kana is coming out this year, but it does not have a release date. State of Play is coming. They have the marketing for this game. I think that's probably one of the safer bets. We're predicting the State of Play that the new Kana game, what's it called? Cosmosa? What it called? Kana and the Cosmo? Yo, that song is amazing, man. Scars of Cosmora. Scars of Cosmora. Yeah, I feel like, yeah, we're gonna see new gameplay, story trailer, with a release date for sure. Another prediction I have here. Oh, I have this here. I have this here. Oh, you know what? This what I'm gonna do. So I have PlayStation predictions, then I have some Square Enix stuff. The Square Enix ones, I'm pretty sure you guys can guess what I'm gonna say when it comes to that. But I'm gonna start off with this one. Kingdom Hearts 4. New trailer. PlayStation 5, PlayStation 5 Pro enabled, enhanced. And we'll have the release window 2027, I think early 2027. Kingdom Hearts, no, I know what, I'm not gonna say early. I'm not gonna say early. I'm gonna say 2027. Because I'm gonna circle back to the 2027 date as well. So Kingdom Hearts 4 will release 2027. New gameplay, new story elements. It's coming. It's coming. Y'all think I'm crazy? Y'all think I'm crazy? Listen, I'm not crazy, y'all. I'm not crazy. Okay? I'm not crazy. It's coming. But on top of that, Square Enix, huh? Y'all gonna probably disagree with me in this one. But I'm a person that listen and read very carefully to what people say. And it is possible I could be very, very wrong with this one. like all these predictions, but I'm pretty confident when I say this. Okay. Final Fantasy VII Remake Part 3 will be shown at State of Play. Final Fantasy VII Remake has always been shown at these State of Plays. So they are not shy of showing you a new trailer or introducing the game there at State of Play. But here's the kicker. 2027, Part 3 is coming out. But on release, it will be a PlayStation 5 console exclusive. That means it will come out on PlayStation 5 and on PC. Then other platforms, it will come out later on other platforms like Switch or Xbox. That is my prediction. Final Fantasy VII Remake Part 3 announcement 2027. We're playing it. But on launch, it will only launch on PlayStation 5 and then PC. You'll have to tune in to Final Fantasy news when I go into detail as far as what I mean with that. So we got to go through some interviews. We got to go through some commentary. Okay? I don't want to spend all goddamn day doing that. But we have to do it one of these days. Okay? Look, Final Fantasy VII Remake came out in 2020. Rebirth came out in 2024. How the development process they saying has gone very, very smooth. They have said they beat the game multiple times. Listen, we're going to talk about it. There's a lot of interviews that happened throughout. Probably a lot of people was missing when my man Hamaguchi is going out here and talking about the game, because a lot now that the game is coming out on other platforms, people are curious about Part 3. And, you know, obviously Square Enix, they're on their multi-platform push, which I'm not saying the game won't be coming to these other platforms, but I feel like the release of 7 Remake Part 3 will be a staggered release, and the focus will be on PlayStation 5 and PC at first. Yo, Chuck, what's good, man? Yo, Chuck, Persona said that you gonna get a Marvel Tokon Flex Strike fight stick when they announce it at the State of Play. Persona said it. Persona will be going live either tonight or tomorrow. Talk to him. He said it. Don't kill the messenger. You can go back to the chat. Don't kill the messenger. So yeah, that is my double Square Enix prediction. I would love Square Enix to even go back into their bag. Right? Just like I said about DMC 3 remake, I would love to see Square Enix, because Hamaguchi is taking over. And a lot of Square Enix, right? I would love to see Kingdom Hearts being actually remade as well. I know they had they final mix, you know, remasters, which is great. Lovely. If you don't have those games, I don't know what the hell is wrong with you. But I would love to see a remake of Kingdom Hearts 1, 2, pretty much all the stuff, but I would love to see a remake of those games. You know, and when I say remake, you don't have to retell the story. You know, I wouldn't be opposed to it, but, you know, on the safer side, they could just do, you know, Kingdom Hearts 4 or even 3 look of 1 and 2, you know, just to update everything, get people excited again. Boom, new game coming out. Get caught up in the new look of Kingdom Hearts games. Boom, right there. Right? Oh, you didn't beat Kingdom Hearts? Yo, really, yeah, you already know how I'm I'm very biased when it comes to that, but I do feel like at least, well, one is shorter than 2. You probably beat 1. But yeah, that is my Square Enix predictions. Let's get into PlayStation now, because we did start off with PlayStation with the God of War stuff, but now let's get into a little bit of other things PlayStation. So I got 2 other predictions, and I'm gonna close it out there, right? I have Infamous 1 remake announcement reveal. Either or, announcement or reveal. I don't think it's gonna be a collection, but I feel like they would do each individual game remade and go from there. So if Infamous 1 is very successful with this remake that they will announce at the State of Play, you'll see the push for part 2. Now, hey, you never know. They probably do Second Son as well. But there are some Infamous has definitely came back around into the rumor mill, and Insomniac, no, Sucker Punch, they did say that they would Mr. What's his name? Was it Brian Fox? He did say that he would have loved to do a Infamous remake or whatnot, but they're just focusing one game at a time. You know? But yeah, I personally would love to see Cole McGrath in a much more updated visuals. Imagine like in whatever engine they want to do, visuals like Ghost of Yote, whatever it is, whatever this remake is gonna be. But I would love to see that being remade. Infamous 1, I would love that. So I am going to lean, especially the fact I feel like nothing is just being said out there in the gaming community. You know, a lot of the gamers, they say stuff, or a lot of developers, they say things, but there's definitely some smoke. There's definitely some fire there with the smoke. You know what I mean? It might be a little small, little ember, but there's something there that might light the fire. Okay? And I feel like Infamous has been around that rumor mill a lot. And I feel like it's time. Let's get this thing remade. Let's get this thing done. State of Play, June 2nd, tune in. Last prediction that I have here is, for some of you, this might be crazy, but for some of you guys and girls, it might make a lot of sense. There will be a new, or the next, PlayStation X Marvel Games collaboration teased at this State of Play. This is why I said this State of Play is going to be big, monumental, significant, due to the fact that, yes, they said it's going to be announcing PlayStation 5 games, but I think the PlayStation 6 will be a little bit highlighted here, especially when this announcement comes of the next PlayStation X Marvel Game Studio collaboration. There's things that have been leaked already, right? I feel that this new Wolverine trailer that we see might have a little cameo here or there that will amplify this announcement or this tease, which Insomniac already has been teasing from every announcement from Marvel Spider-Man, Miles Morales, and Wolverine, that this is their own universe. So if you're trying to get people together, if you're announcing a State of Play 2 weeks ahead, if you're trying to get people in the Alamo, they eating burgers, they drinking beers, they got French fries, they got sodas. You know what I mean? There's somebody with a dad cap that's blocking the person behind them because that person too tall and that person might get slapped in the back of their neck. but the back of the net, they got the residue of the cold hot brew, big brewski from the cup, the condensation from the cup. You know what I mean? So that it's a little bit wet, and it's like, hey man, you're blocking my view. I want to see this next PlayStation and Marvel game. PlayStation wouldn't be doing that. They wouldn't be doing all of this if they announced it if they had something big, something crazy to announce. The last time I said a prediction like this, a lot of y'all doubted me. Yeah, you in the chat. Yeah. You doubted me. Huh? Y'all was listening to Detective Seeds and this person. When back in 2021, little old JayBari was telling y'all, this was after Spider-Man 2. Well, no, we know Spider-Man 2 sequel was coming. We didn't get the reveal yet. But I said in a tweet, let me pull this tweet up. Maybe let's see if I can find it. I said in the tweet, I think it was what's that conference that they used to have? What's a European game show? What was the other one they used to have outside of Tokyo Game Show? Is it between Tokyo Game Show and PSX? I forgot what it's called. Let me see if I can find this tweet. This is back in 2021. I remember it's 2021. And I told y'all, I told you, I tell you. Nah, not E3. There's another show that they had. Can you sort this? Advanced search. There was another. Paris Games Week. There you go. Yeah, that's what it is. Paris Games Week. That's where. Is that where Spider-Man 2 and Wolverine got announced? Or was it the second showcase? I remember that it was like a secondary showcase. Those two games got revealed. Paris, I don't know if it was Paris Games Week or whatnot, but I got it. Damn, it's a lot of scrolling, man. Let me do Marvel partnership. Oops, I spelled that wrong. Oh, yeah, here we go. Y'all think I'm a fool. Y'all think I'm a fool. I found it. Huh? Look at this too. Y'all notice what this tweet back in 2021. September. Huh? Huh? Damn, do they have the date? Oh yeah, here it is. Is the date on here? 4 years ago. Is the date on here? God damn it, the date is not on here. But this was before the event. This was before the event. Marvel PlayStation partnership. It's coming. This is after Spider-Man. I said a new one was coming. Super excited. I also call a PlayStation Marvel partnership once again. Wolverine. Oh yeah, so the same date. Same date of the showcase. I think this was before the showcase happened. I made this tweet. If this have a timestamp, I don't know. Stop playing with me, man. Another partnership for Marvel and PlayStation. A new game that they're doing again. Like I said, there's some leaks that happen with that, but I feel like any of those can be teased at this state of play. Like I said, you're not just doing all of this. The last time PlayStation really gathered everyone up was the last like big showcase that they had, that they introduced Hellblade. Not Hellblade, Helldivers 2. Remember that showcase? And people was upset about that showcase. Like, oh man, this showcase is weak. Even though they showed some strong games there. You know what I mean? But the last like true time that we got gathered up, I don't even know when's the last time they did like a watch party event at a movie. I know it was PlayStation 4. Maybe before the PlayStation 5, I want to say 2019, before COVID. It's probably the last time they did one. I think Dre and Persona went to one and they met up. That's when you met up with like Tony and whatnot. They did do a watch party. I don't know what year that was. Maybe it was 2018. But I felt like 2018. I don't know. But they did a watch party back then. They used to do that a lot back then. So it's been a while since they gathered everybody up or trying to get people excited to, hey, watch this state of play or watch this showcase. Which I feel like this state of play is in the showcase, you know, like it's aligning with like a showcase as far as like the type of presentation it's going to be. But they just calling it state of play, I guess, to, you know, state of play is like consolidating everything. All right, this is what we call our events now. State of play could be small, could be medium, could be large. It is what it is. But yeah, those are my new Uncharted. I don't know, man. I don't know, because Naughty Dog, they're pretty much, they're into Intergalactic. You know what? I do have Intergalactic on here too. I do have Intergalactic on here. That Intergalactic will be shown there. Intergalactic, it might close the showcase out. You know, I think that's a pretty safe bet to say that like Intergalactic, the Heretic Prophet, will close the state of play out. Wolverine to start it, Intergalactic to end it. I think that's a safe bet. But yeah, that is pretty much my predictions. You know, like I said, later on, y'all can let me know if y'all have any other predictions in the comment section. But like I said, I know Persona, he's going to go live and he's going to do his predictions as well. Musha is I think that's going to be more Summer Games Fest. Will Sony Ben show himself? That's a good question. That's a good, and you know it's crazy. I don't think they will be there. I think Corey will be there. Sony Santa Monica will be there. I feel that Naughty Dog will be there. Well, more so, Naughty Dog better be there. You know what's possible too? We might see like a DLC or expansion announcement for Saros, because they have done it with Returnal, even though it came a little bit later with Returnal. But the fact that you did one already Returnal with the co-op gameplay, you might get an announcement like that, like, hey, co-op Saros, here's an expansion, going to a new area, but you and the wife are playing together. I don't know. Maybe we don't know. To get off Carcosa. Oh, was my desktop muted the whole time? Oh shit. Yo, I don't think y'all could even hear I don't think y'all could have heard the whole PlayStation trailer. I don't think y'all heard that. He said delusional take. But imagine if Sony, the Japan studio logo comes up. Or you talking about Team Asobi? Or like Astrobot? If anything from Team Asobi, I would like to see Astrobot VR mode. You know what I mean? Yo, that's another question. Like, do you even think VR will even be there? You know, typically at these state of plays announcements, which that's why I feel like this state of play is not being looked at as the typical state of play, because here they will be like, hey, PlayStation 5, PSVR 2 announcements, you know, but it just say, hey, it just kept it simple. More than 60 minutes of updates, announcements, and gameplay reveal from top studios around the world. 2 VR games tops. We'll see. We'll see. But yeah, I'm gonna end the show here. I do appreciate everyone coming back and checking me out. Hopefully you did enjoy this episode of the JayBari show. Like I said, you know, a few things going through, but you know, we're gonna persevere. We're gonna be persistent. And you know, we're gonna move along, man. But like I said, if you did enjoy, you know, hit the like button, share this out. And I appreciate all the new subscribers. Everybody that, you know, read up the membership or whatnot. At the end of the day, you don't really have to do those things, because I know I do, you know, take those breaks here and there. So I definitely understand, you know, people not doing the memberships, which is cool. But be on the lookout for other, because you know, I got some extra bread back. You know what I mean? We might be doing a little giveaway. You know what I mean? A lot of funds that I had set for Summer Game Fest, you know, that's just miscellaneous funds now. So we might be doing a few things, man. Or I might save it for a later event that I want to do. Well, hopefully everything works out. You know, we'll see. But yeah, at the end of the day, appreciate y'all. And I'll catch y'all in the next one. Be on the lookout for that Final Fantasy video with Final Fantasy news, Final Fantasy 7 news. Also, like I said, we're going to be doing a reaction to the State of Play. I did create the stream for that, and the Summer Game Fest to do a reaction to that as well. I just got to create the stream for that. But like I said earlier, I'm still waiting on certain information. So depending on the information that comes and what day this, you know, funeral lands on, it's possible that, you know, I might have to push the reaction to State of Play later or Summer Game Fest later. You know what I mean? So just giving y'all a heads up on that. But anyway, man, you said, let's go Knicks. Y'all, I'm proud of the Knicks, man. I'm actually proud of the Knicks, man. I'm a little disappointed yesterday in the Spurs because I feel like that's a game that they should have won, especially having everyone back. But my man De'Aaron Fox, I think he got hurt again. And as good as Wemby is playing, he didn't really look comfortable in game 3, in my opinion. Like, he's not in his flow state like he was, matter of fact, in the first 2 games, I think. But yeah, NBA playoffs, very enjoyable time to be a sports fan. You got WNBA as well. And there's also games too, man. There's the Adventures of Elliot game that is the demo finally released on the PlayStation 5 or Xbox and like PC. The Switch had a different demo, but I feel like the prologue demo is on all the platforms now. The typical demo that, you know, Square Enix would do. But also if you're in the Horizon Hunters Gathering closed test beta, that is playable as well. You just can't speak on it, you know? So yeah, lots of great stuff gaming wise. And remember to be accountable of the things that you say and do on the internet. I'll catch y'all in the next one, man. Be on the lookout for a few videos, and I'll holler at y'all, man. Y'all let me know your thoughts on the predictions down below. Timestamps later on, all that good stuff. But I'll catch y'all next one. I'm gone. Deuces.